After multiple rain delays and cancellations, we are finally back here at Mulcahy Stadium. We will have two 7-inning games. The first one is the makeup game from Tuesday, where both teams scored a run in the first inning, but we were canceled due to rain. So you'll have to wait until later to see game one of the Mayor's Cup. I'm Jake Sloan, joined by Ren Grimsley. And Ren, we've had a lot of delays due to weather, but we are finally back, and we're going to have a lot of baseball to play in these next 2 days.
Yeah, it's been a weird last week or so as all of the storms have seemed to have started in the past week. It was a very dry July. There were, I don't think, any games in the entire ABL that were canceled due to inclement weather, and then all of a sudden, it's just been an onslaught of cancellations and delays. So 2 games today, both of them 7 innings, and yeah, this first game not part of the Mayor's Cup. The second one will be, and then tomorrow 2 games as well, both of them part of the Mayor's Cup as well. So it's been going to be a lot of baseball in the next couple days, but excited for it.
Yeah, we received confirmation that this is the makeup from Tuesday's game, and the next game won't be game 1, it'll be game 2 of the Mayor's Cup, which was supposed to be the only game today, and then games 1 and 3 will be played tomorrow. So the schedule is all jumbled up, but nonetheless, we are here as the Bucs and Glacier Pilots will play about 28 innings at the very least in the next 48 hours. So a lot of baseball against many familiar faces. This will take you through these starting lineups.
Yeah, starting with the away team. Well, technically the home team, but the opposing team, not the Bucs. The Glacier Pilots, leading things off for them will be Henry Verhamy at shortstop. Batting second, Cooper Kunis in right field. Third, Antonio Gianni in center. Batting fourth, Logan Strong at first base. Fifth, Braden Horn at catcher. Sixth is Nick Cortinas, the DH today. Seventh, Jake Haruki in left field. Batting eighth is Zach Hefner at second base. And in the 9-hole, Ryan Dodson at third base. And on the mound is going to be Cody White.
White is a right-hander that just finished up his sophomore year at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. Had a pretty good year for his second year of collegiate ball, went 4-4 with a 3.83 ERA. Started in 9 games, struck out 48 and 47 innings. Making his 8th appearance of this year. His last one came on July 8th against the Matsu Miners. He picked up the loss, gave up 6 runs, 5 of which were earned in 4 innings. And he will be the starter today. I was talking to the Glacier Pilots coach, and they've lost 2 of their best starters to them departing. So they will have to look to their bullpen to try to step up here in the last couple weeks of the season. We'll take a short break while the National Anthem plays, and we'll have the Bucs line it for you on the other side of it. So as the Glacier Pilots take the field for their warm-ups, we'll give you the starting lineup for the Anchorage Bucs.
Leading things off, it's going to be Miles Keogh. He's in center field today. We've only seen him there once before. Batting second is going to be Finn Leach at second base. Third, Hank Smith at first base. Batting fourth, Ty Denton, the catcher. Batting fifth is going to be Taylor Tracy at the designated hitter position. Sixth, Ryan Dara in right field. Batting seventh, Luke McLeod in left. Eighth, Camden Lanphier at shortstop. And batting ninth, Andrew Sheffield at third base. And on the mound, and also the DH, it's going to be Taylor Tracy.
Tracy's been outstanding on the mound for the Bucs. He's appeared in 3 games, started 2 of them, making his 3rd start of the year. Has just a 1.5 ERA. He struck out 12, walked 4, and allowed 2 runs off of 12 hits through 12 innings. His last time out, he pitched 4 scoreless frames against the Miners, and the Bucs really needed that as they came away with the 2-0 win. So before we see Tracy on the mound, it will be Cody White. Like I said before, was a bullpen pitcher for much of the season, but with a lot of departures on the Glacier Pilots team, he'll be leaned on heavily along with other pitchers out of the pen to try to bring this across the rest of the next 2 weeks.
And that's really tough for the Glacier Pilots. They currently have the worst record in the ABL at 5-18, are pretty much the only team not really in contention for anything as we sort of come into the last stretch of the season. All the other 4 teams are within a game of each other in the standings, and the Glacier Pilots have just had a tough season, and now with several guys heading out as well, Drew Johnson being one of them. He left over at third base, and Osbun leaving as well, and now even more guys heading out from the Pilots team.
Yeah, we've seen them be replaced. A lot of position players have come in. Haruki, one of those guys. Another one, Edison Polanco, who has come in here trying to help some of the depth in the Glacier Pilots. So we'll take you through the infield and outfield defensively for the Glacier Pilots. In left field, it's Jake Haruki, Antonio Gianni in center, and Cooper Kunis in right. Ryan Dodson at third base, Henry Verhamy at short, Zach Kiefner at second base, and Logan Strong at first with Braden Horn behind the dish. So we'll get things started with the center fielder, Miles Keogh. In the makeup game, in which he led things off with a solo homer. Swings at the first pitch he sees into straightaway center field. Coming under that will be Antonio Gianni for a very quick first out.
And he is the second Bucs player who's had a home run that won't count, both of them being against the Pilots. Joe Forbes hit one on the 4th of July game. That was just an exhibition. And then Miles Keogh putting one over the left field wall. Unfortunately, that game ending just an inning later. And unable to replicate it in the makeup.
So now it'll be Finn Leach who steps in and takes ball 1. Was quite surprised that they wouldn't just continue the game into what I believe was the bottom of the second and keep all of the stats, but
that makes sense to me. I don't quite know why you can't.
Assuming both teams were agreeing to just start over. Also cut short the debut of Ty Baker for the Bucs, who came in very late, was getting his first start, but only pitched an inning. Finn Leach will take strike 1 for a 2-1 count with 1 gone. Another fastball from White, misses down and away. Leach ahead with a 3-1 count. Still quite cloudy. We haven't seen any rain for a handful of hours now. It's dried up as Leach fires one down the right field line. Just wound up foul. Was very close to being a fair ball.
Yeah, and yesterday as well, we were on the way to the ballpark when we found out that the game was actually going to be canceled and moved to a different day, which was very fun, I guess you could say.
It's a nice
little drive to the ballpark.
Exactly. Here comes the payoff pitch to Finn Leach. Outside for ball 4. Leach draws himself a 1-out walk.
And Cody White has a very low walk rate, only 7 walks in his 19 innings that he's pitched in the ABL compared to the 15 strikeouts that he has. So a little surprising so early on to go ahead and put Leach on board.
Has a 5.21 ERA through 7 appearances. He's given up 18 hits in those 19 innings. Another fastball, this one to Hank Smith that winds up outside. Smith has batted in the 3 spot for almost the entire time he's been here. He's almost always followed up Camden Lanfear and Drew Raymond, but Lanfear is in the 7 spot today, and Raymond gets the day off, or at least the game off. We'll see if he's in game number 2. Could just be one of those things that Kirk Schreider wants one of his better hitters ready for the second of 7 inning games that we'll have here. So 2-1 count to Hank Smith with 1 gone and Leach on first. White delivers another pitch inside, and it's back-to-back 3-1 counts to back-to-back batters.
And the Bucs have done so well in the late innings of games, they won't be given that here today. They have to go ahead and take a lead early as the game ends only after 7, so they won't have that 8th and 9th inning where they've done so well in coming back.
Now 2 straight walks. That'll warrant an early mound visit for the Glacier Pilots. You wonder how both teams are going to manage their bullpens with 14 total innings played. I'm sure they would love to see their starters go as long as possible. Try to extend some outings to hopefully make the second game a little easier on their arms. So the Bucs are trying to set the tone early with 2 runners on, one of those in scoring position. Still with only 1 out for the cleanup hitter, Ty Denton.
Ty Denton right now leads the ABL in batting average. The Bucs actually have 3 of the top 5 guys who currently lead in batting average. Ty Denton being first. He comes in with a 373 average. And then Hank Smith, the guy at first, is 4th with a 329. And then Ryan Dara, who is coming up in a little bit with a 326.
Ty Denton takes ball 1 down low. Denton batting in the cleanup spot, starting behind the dish at catcher today. Has a chance to break this one open early. Logan Strong, the first baseman, playing pretty closely. Case Denton tries to lay down a sac bunt. Take strike 1 on the outer part of the plate. Now 1-1 count with 1 gone.
Finn Leach at second has 3 stolen bases on the season. Hank Smith with a few as well, so a double steal attempt potentially with 1 out. You know, got to figure you're going to get at least one of them safe.
Other pitch taken, just clipping the outer corner of the plate for strike 2. You've seen the Bucs attempt a double steal before. It worked out in their favor. Now a 2-2 count after that pitch misses.
In the last game the Bucs played, Ty Denton had 2 singles, was stranded at second both times. Also reached on a hit by pitch. So went 2 for 4 on the day.
Called strike 3, and Denton goes down looking for the second out of the inning. So now Taylor Tracy, the designated hitter and pitcher today, steps up to the plate with 2 gone and a early RBI opportunity. He's off with the first offering that lands inside for ball one.
The last time that Taylor Tracy was both the pitcher and designated hitter was on July 10th against the Miners. He pitched 4 scoreless innings, only gave up 4 hits, and he was the player of the game for that day. So he's clearly impactful and capable of doing both. Just a few days ago, he came out after the 8th inning and had a single and 2 strikeouts up to that point.
Struggled in the box to start his Bucs outings off as he slaps that one right over to second base, but a great catch by Zach Hefner keeps it from landing in the outfield and likely saves a run. So the Bucs will strand a pair of runners on first and second. We head to the bottom of the first, still scoreless at 0-0. Tracy goes from the box to the mound as he'll face Henry Verhamy to lead things off in the bottom of the first. Take that fastball upstairs for ball one. Verhamy batting in the leadoff spot. Kunis and Gianni, the right fielder and center fielder, due up behind him.
And those have been the top 3 for the Glacier Pilots for some time now. Verhamy, obviously at shortstop from Sacramento State University. He's currently batting .250 and has a .372 on-base percentage.
Faces a 2-0 count. He swings at that one and fouls it into the netting right over in front of the bleachers in right field for strike one.
And I really thought that Tracy's last hit there to end the inning was going to get out into center field, but unfortunately just didn't have the legs on it to get out and get down for a hit and drive in a run.
Fastball down low for ball three. Kind of looked like he just got too tied up on that pitch, wasn't able to fully lift it past the glove of the second baseman, Zach Hefner. Now trying to keep the game scoreless with his pitching. Has a 3-1 count, though, to the leadoff man. Fastball outside for ball 4. Brahimi draws a leadoff walk on 5 pitches to start things for the Glacier Pilots. So now Cooper Kunis, one of the more dangerous bats in this lineup, steps up to the plate, already with a runner on and nobody out. Tracy able to find the strike zone with that fastball to jump ahead in the count 0-1.
Yeah, Kunis currently with a .455 on base percentage, so he's reaching home plate, or not home plate, first base about a little under half the time. Currently with 13 RBIs as well. And both teams getting their first base runner off of a walk from the starting pitcher.
Big swing and miss from Kunis puts him down in the hole 0-2. Tracy looking for his first punch out of the game, just 1 strike away from doing it. He'll throw over to first and make sure Verhamy doesn't try to steal a bag before. Here comes the 0-2 from Tracy. Fastball upstairs, couldn't get Kunis to chase.
Kunis only has 6 strikeouts on the season, so getting this last strike is going to be probably one of the tougher things that Taylor Tracy has to do today.
Gets it right there on the slider, down and away for strike 3. Kunis goes down swinging for out number 1.
Well, never mind. He did it actually pretty well.
It's a pretty good pitch from Tracy. Slider that just started up in the zone and ducked down and away. Kunis not able to lay off of it, and that'll bring up Antonio Gianni. The runner on first and 1 gone. Still in a scoreless game here in the bottom of the first. Tracy checking on the runner to make sure he doesn't get any ideas. Verhamy does not have a stolen base this year. He's come around to score 4 times, but hasn't gotten a free 90 feet to help him. Still, Tracy taking no chances, throwing back over twice.
Verhamy's not been the leadoff batter for the Pilots the whole season, though a little surprising that your leadoff batter doesn't have any stolen bases on the season. You got to figure that's one of the factors in being a leadoff hitter.
Looked like he might try to steal there, but he held up. Started to look over towards second, but realized he didn't have a good enough lead. Tracy now with a 1-0 count to Gianni. That fastball up high, swung on and missed to even the count up at a ball and a strike. On 1 count with 1 gone. Verhamy still over at first. Tracy will throw back once again, and Verhamy saw it all the way through, able to scamper back in time.
And if we were at an MLB game and Tracy was the opposing pitcher, he'd be getting booed out of the stadium right now with how often he's been throwing over to first base.
Luckily, he doesn't have to deal with that, so I think he'll probably throw over as many times as he wants. But he gets another swing and miss from Gianni, now ahead in the count 1-2. Glacier Pilots have not been able to see any pitches in the zone from Tracy well enough to put a bat on it. One-two count to Gianni. He pops one up into left center field. Ryan Dara, the right fielder, will call off Miles Keogh and make the catch for out number 2.
Taylor Tracy's averaging a strikeout per inning. He has 3 appearances. His first one, 3 innings, 3 strikeouts. His second appearance, 5 innings, 5 strikeouts. And his third appearance, 4 innings, 4 strikeouts. So clearly a pattern going on there. Right now already has 1 strikeout this inning.
Directly on par is Strong. Hits one over towards third, but it's no problem for Andrew Sheffield, who makes the throw across the diamond for out number 3. So after walking the leadoff man, Tracy leaves him aboard. We head to the second inning, still tied 0-0. Both pitchers strand a runner on base. Now Ryan Dara steps up with 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Bucs. Dara takes ball 1 on a slider that winds up in the other batter's box for ball 1.
As mentioned earlier, Ryan Dara currently 5th in the ABL in batting average. He also was tied for first at the end of the last game for stolen bases, but Austin Park of the Matsu Miners has stolen another one in the couple days that the Bucs have been off. So right now sitting at 11, Park with 12.
We'll see how that number holds up as the Bucs play 4 games basically in the next 2 days. They'll shorten to just 7 innings. So 1-1 count to Ryan Dara. Goes to 1-2 as he swings and misses at a slider.
Yeah, 28 innings over the next 2 days. Couldn't imagine if it was 2 9-inning games. That'd be 36 innings in 48 hours, which is a little absurd.
1-2 to Dara, misses outside to even the count up at 2-2. And either way, it's still a lot of baseball to be playing, especially at this point in the season. It's nothing compared to the couple of 8-game benders that we had, but still a lot of baseball to be played as the count runs full after the breaking ball dips down low. So 3-2 count to the leadoff man, Ryan Dara. Didn't play much in his freshman year at Arizona State. Transferred to Tulane over the summer. Payoff pitch to him is popped into shallow right field, but Cooper Kunis is able to get under it in time to make the catch for out number 1. So now Luke McLeod will step up for the first time after Dara flew out to right field to start things off in the top of the second.
McLeod, another two-way player on this team, which the Bucs have so many of. It's been a while since we've seen him at the plate. He has pitched much more significantly than he has batted. At least that's how it feels.
Has a 238 average on the year and 21 at-bats. Was our first ever player of the game after he hit a game-winning triple and then went on the mound and earned the save.
Yeah, his last true appearance was on June 30th at the plate against the Chinooks in a 4-1 victory. Had 4 at-bats and 2 hits in that game, and then also appeared on July 4th, but that game was an exhibition, so does not count towards the actual statistics.
Has a 3-0 count. He's faced 3 straight balls so far and make it 4. So a 4-pitch walk to McLeod, and for the second straight inning, Bucs have drawn a 1-out walk to put a runner on. Now Camden Lanfear, the shortstop, steps in batting 8th. Was a leadoff man for the better part of 6 weeks, and then these past couple of games, Miles Keogh has taking over that spot with Lanfear batting in the bottom third. Take strike 1 right down the middle. Lanfear had a pretty hot start to the season, both in the box and on defense. His defense has not faltered, but his average has dipped to 267. So now back-to-back strikes put him in an 0-2 hole.
He struggled a lot there for a few weeks, has since picked it up and been able to reach base more often. In the game on the 15th against the Chinooks, he did not record a hit, but did have a walk in the second inning and then a sacrifice bunt in the 8th that did advance the runner.
Swings and misses for strike 3. He goes down swinging for the second out of the inning. That'll bring his strikeout total to 32 on the season, which leads the team. It also brings up Andrew Sheffield, the only Buck that hasn't taken an at-bat today. First one is up near his head. He has to duck away for ball number 1.
That looked a lot like the pitches that Ty Baker was throwing when the rain started really coming down, and that was the final straw for the umpire to call the game and tell everyone to go home. No rain today, though, or at least not for several hours. Rained a little bit this morning, but has been clear after about noon.
Yeah, it looks like it's dried up pretty well. At least well enough that it won't hinder the game unless the rain starts pouring down again. But I was looking at the forecast ahead of first pitch. Doesn't look like it will, despite the heavy clouds surrounding the city of Anchorage. So 1-1 count to Sheffield with McLeod on first base and 2 gone in the top of the second. 1-1 is popped up into the infield. Henry Verhamy calls off everybody and will make the catch for out number 3. So for the second time today, the Bucs draw a walk and strand the runner. We'll head to the bottom of the second, still 0-0. Braden Horn will lead things off here in the bottom of the second. Still a scoreless tie. Tracy back out onto the mound for a second inning of work after he walked the leadoff man, but then got 3 straight outs to retire the side and strand the runner at first. His first fastball to Horn is outside for ball 1. Horn just finished up his sophomore year at Southern Illinois. Didn't play. Getting a lot of valuable at-bats here in the ABL this summer, though.
Him and Nick Cortinas have gone back and forth at the catcher position. Right now, Horn currently with a .412 on base percentage, a .313 slugging, has been hit by 9 pitches this season, so he is just a ball magnet.
He's gone hitless in his last 10 plate appearances across 3 games. Big swing and miss on the fastball for strike 1. Went 2 for 4 in the 8-7 loss to the Bucs on July 7th. His 8th multi-hit game. He's at a .287 mark right now. Heading the count 2-1 as the leadoff man to Tracy. That pitch just misses out of the zone for ball 3, and now a 3-1 count to the leadoff man. Another 5-pitch walk to the leadoff man to start things here in this bottom of the second. That'll bring up Nick Cortinas, who's at the designated hitter spot today.
And also a little bit uncharacteristic of Taylor Tracy, he only has 4 walks in his 3 appearances and 12 innings pitched. Now with 2 of them today, bringing up his number significantly, has a 1.3 whip, so is able to keep that down in the first inning.
Cortinas hits the first pitch he sees over towards short, and it's bobbled by Camden Lanphier. So back-to-back base runners reach safely to start off the bottom of the second. Glacier Pilots get their first hit of the game after the infield single.
It was going to be a tough play for Lanphier. His momentum was heading the exact opposite direction of first base. Not sure if he would have been able to make the throw regardless, but certainly made it a lot easier for Cortinas once it fell and hit the ground.
So now Jake Haruki steps in. One of the newest Glacier Pilots. He hits one over to short. No problem for Lanphier. Throws over to second, over to first in time for the 6-4-3 double play. And quickly now 2 gone in the bottom of the second with Horn advancing to third.
Much needed great awareness from Finn Leach heading over to second base immediately. Now with the runner at third, but only 1 out to go for Taylor Tracy to get out of this inning and remain scoreless.
First run of the game just 90 feet away for Zach Hefner, who steps in with 2 gone, trying to break the scoreless tie here in the bottom of the second. First pitch from Tracy is a fastball down in the lower part of the zone for strike 1. Hefner batting .324 on the year, only played in 12 games. Has 3 RBIs, looking for his 4th. Hits that one over towards second base. Leach has got it. His throw over is in time. Tracy able to get himself out of the jam and strand a runner on third base to keep this game at 0-0 heading into the 3rd inning. Here in the top of the third, still 0-0 as the Bucs lineup goes back to the top for Miles Keogh. Started the game off with a one-pitch flyout to straightaway center field. Takes a pitch there. It winds up inside for ball one. Cody White still on the mound. His stranded 3 runners, has not given up a hit yet. As now 2 straight balls to Miles Keogh make it a 2-0 count.
Keogh, the youngest guy on this team, is coming out of high school and on his way to the University of South Carolina and has proven himself in the leadoff position thus far.
Hits one well into center field, but Gianni gets a good jump on it, and he's able to make the catch for out number 1. Keogh's 2 plate appearances have both resulted in flyouts to center. It's now Finn Leach, who is the first base runner of the game, steps up to the plate. Bucs still looking for their first hit of the game. All 3 base runners have come by the way of a walk. The fastball from Cody White just lands outside for ball 1. Check swing that Leach did not go around on, just barely held up in time as the pitch ran upstairs at the very last second.
I think the fact that he turned his body away from is kind of what made them think he maybe didn't go around, but that was about as close as it gets.
Swings all the way through at that one, but just fouls it off for strike 1. Looked like he was for sure going to go around, but somehow just had strong enough wrist to keep his bat right where it was. And now it has a 3-1 count because of it. His first walk he drew on a full count. Swings at that pitch and hits it over towards shortstop for Hamey. He's got it. His throw over is in time. Leach unable to reach base safely for the second time today, and it's back-to-back outs for Cody White.
The Bucs still looking to get their first hit of the baseball game. They have had 2 base runners, one being Leach, the other being Smith, the guy up now. Smith has also been really good at getting the Bucs offense going, especially in 2-out rallies. He comes up with 2 outs once again.
He takes a pitch for strike 1. Smith has been one of the better hitters for the Bucs this year. Trying to induce another 2-out rally, but he'll have a long way to go. Swings at that one. It's hit far, but will wind up fouling out of play for strike 2. 0-2 count. 1-2 count with 2 outs in the top of the third. Bucs and Glacier Pilots still knotted up at 0. That one's grounded over towards second. No trouble for Hefner. He makes the throw to first. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Cody White on the mound. Glacier Pilots will see the batter's box for the 3rd time today as we are tied up at 0-0. Ryan Dodson, the only one who has not seen the plate for either team so far, will lead things off in the bottom of the third. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch he sees for strike one. Tracy, after some early trouble in the bottom of the second, with runners on first and second with nobody out, got a double play in the grounder to get himself out of a sticky situation. 0-1 is popped up over towards second base. Finn Leach has the easy play and makes the catch for the first out.
We'll see now how Tracy does the second time through the lineup. His longest outing has been 5 innings. His most recent was 4, as he is now well into his third inning of work so far.
Through 2 1/3, he's only thrown 25 pitches on a great pace as he gets another one pitch at bat, but this one's going to be a single into left field. Henry Verhamy, who walked his first time up, has now reached base safely in both of his plate appearances, and it's the second hit of the game for the Glacier Pilots. So after a 2-pitch out, he gets a 1-pitch hit. That'll bring up Cooper Kunis, who struck out swinging his first time up. Another swing and miss from Kunis, who was fooled by the off-speed pitch for strike one. After a long stare down to first base, Tracy's next pitch is a fastball up high to even the count at a ball and a strike with one gone.
And obviously it's early in the game, but this kind of shows how strange baseball is in general. The better team, which the Bucs, if you look at record alone, are definitely the better team, can still struggle even playing against a team with a worse record. And especially in this matchup with the two Anchorage teams, a lot of history between them, it's not always a gimme.
Fastball grabs the outer part of the plate for strike two. Tracy looking for his second punch out of the game. His first one came against Kunis. Looks off Verhamy and fires the 1-2, which is chopped foul over towards the first base dugout. Kunis able to stay alive in the count. We'll do the 1-2 again with Antonio Gianni waiting on deck. Tracy will throw back over to first one more time, making sure that Verhamy is staying put. Here comes the 1-2. Hit over towards second base. Leach gets the force out at second, over to first, not in time. It was a slow grounder, but they still get the lead runner out for the second out of the inning.
A great effort from Finn Leach still to not just go ahead and accept that they weren't going to get the double play in time. Still gets the lead runner, keeps the Glacier Pilots out of scoring position with only one out to go in the bottom of the third.
So now it'll be Antonio Gianni up to the plate with 2 gone and Kunis at first. Kunis a little more of a danger on the base pass, has 5 stolen bases on the year, as Gianni swings and misses for strike one.
And with how adamant that Taylor Tracy's been about keeping Verhamy close, not sure if he is aware of the statistics in stolen bases, but he throws over again.
And that one gets away from Hank Smith. Kunis is rounding second, heading for third. Takes a look back, and he'll be in there safely. It was an odd throw from Tracy. He didn't seem to have his feet underneath him, just tried to strong arm it over to first. And it was way too far to the right of Hank Smith for him to get a glove on it. And the error advances The first run of the game just 90 feet away from home plate.
Tracy was able to strand a runner at third the last time up, but now after the mental error, it's going to be a lot tougher, and against a much tougher batter this time, Antonio Gianni.
0-1 to Gianni, swung on and missed for strike two, just one strike away from getting out of this inning. So no 2 count with 2 gone to Antonio Gianni with Cooper Kunis on third base. Glacier Pilots trying to break the scoreless tie. Pitch is foul tipped right into Ty Denton, who gets up pretty gingerly and tries to walk that one off.
And that is the life of a catcher, wearing surprisingly little. Obviously, that's what catchers have worn since, I was going to say, the dawn of time. Not necessarily that, but for several years now. But even then, so many vulnerable spots on the body of the catcher, and Denton has been beat up in the past this season. Now takes another shot there.
Certainly had his fair share of bumps and bruises. So the count remains 0-2 with Antonio Gianni. Tracy just one strike away from stranding Cooper Kunis at third base. That fastball high and outside. Gianni not biting on it. That'll move the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. That's fouled away, and we'll do it again.
Gianni currently batting .274. His last time facing the Bucs on July 11th, he was able to get 3 hits that day, so he has been a very hard one for the Bucs to put out. Tracy trying to do so with a runner 90 feet away.
1-2 fouled back and out of play. Gianni just fighting to stay alive. He flew out to center his first time up. Tracy trying to get a similar result. The 1-2 once again popped up, but looks like this one will also wind up out of play. Gianni just a little under on these pitches. Hasn't been able to barrel one up just yet. Tracy trying to find a pitch that can warrant a swing and miss for his second strikeout of the game.
Gianni also leads this team in RBIs, so he is maybe one of the last batters that the Bucs would like to face right now. Tracy still holding on, was up in the count now even.
It's been quite a battle so far in this at-bat. Several foul balls, now an even 2-2 count. Another one popped up and out of play. Gianni not giving up any ground, just protecting the plate right now. Tracy looking for that pitch that can finally get him out of this jam. The 2-2 from Tracy, fouled back and almost right at us.
2.
Still don't think there will ever be one as close as the one from the 4th of July that hit the glass right in front of us.
I know we bring that up a lot, but that was a defining moment in my life, I think.
It definitely was, at the very least, a defining moment of this summer. The closest I've ever had a ball come to me without actually hitting me. 2-2, just down low. Tracy thought it was strike 3. He started to hop off the mound, but had to pause his The fastball was just below the strike zone, and the count has run full.
When I was really little, I was the catcher, and I threw my mask off, and I went to go catch it and completely missed, and it hit me in the forehead.
Payoff pitch swung on and missed. Tracy finally gets the strikeout, his second of the evening. Strands another runner on third base, and through 3 innings, we remain tied 0-0. Ty Denton back up to the plate for his second time today. He'll lead things off with strike 1 taken. Went down looking his first time up. 0-1 just misses down and away to even things up. Bucs still looking for their first hit. And with this game only going 7 innings, they're going to need to get it quick.
Yeah, just under halfway through game 1 of today's doubleheader, and the Bucs have struggled offensively. We kind of mention it every time, but it kind of keeps happening where there don't seem to be any games where the pitching and the hitting come together at the same time. Today being yet another example of that.
Denton with a 2-1 count, hits one right up the middle. And on cue, the Bucs get their first hit of the afternoon off of the hottest bat in the ABL, Ty Denton. So now Taylor Tracy will step up with a runner on base. He lined out to second base to end the first inning. Was just a couple feet away from getting it over the head of the second baseman, Zach Hefner, scoring the first run of the game. He'll lay off of the first pitch that winds up inside for ball 1.
And after this 2-day excursion we have going on where we have 4 games in those 2 days, the Bucs only face the Glacier Pilots one more time, that being on Friday the 24th.
Seems like when we play teams, we do it in bunches. Started off with the Chinooks, then the Oilers, and
Been saying the Oilers in forever.
only play them twice more in about a week.
Been since July 1st that we played the Oilers. That feels like forever ago.
Tracy facing a 1-1 count, moves to 2 balls and a strike. He lays off with a fastball down near the ankles. Denton has been shifting back and forth over at first base, trying to throw off Cody White. White looks back before delivering the 2-1. Tracy fouls that one off for strike 2. Denton has only stolen one base this year. Hasn't gotten to demonstrate his speed too often despite him having such a high average. It's on base now, and Cody White will throw over to make sure he doesn't advance any further.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Tracy's pitching today. Haven't talked much about his hitting. Has a 344 on base percentage and a 264 average. He has been a consistent part of the lineup even when not on the mound.
Hits that one. It winds up as a fair ball. A diving stop by Ryan Dodson. Got Tracy in plenty of time, who thought it wound up foul. Just kind of stood in the box for a second before realizing it was a fair ball. So Denton advances to second off of the grounder by Tracy. That'll bring up Ryan Dara.
Yeah, it was a bit of a late call from the umpire, but obviously it was probably hard for him to tell as well. But great effort from Dodson, going horizontal to make the grab and then the throw all the way across the infield to get out number 1.
And even if Tracy bolted out of the box as soon as he hit that ball, he still probably would have been out. It was a rocket across the diamond from Dodson.
It was a few steps before Tracy got there after the throw made it first.
So 1-0 count is swung on and missed, but the pitch gets through the legs of Braden Horn. And now Ty Denton advancing up to third base with only 1 out. If Dara's able to lift one deep enough into the outfield, it could score Denton. But right now he's focused on just making contact.
So the furthest that the Bucs have been able to make it offensively all day, with only 1 out and with one of the best hitters for the Bucs up at the plate. Certainly a great opportunity to break the scoreless tie.
The entire infield moves up to where the grass would be. Dar lays off for the next pitch for a 2-1 count. Infield shifting up likely takes away any bunt attempt for Dara. He'll probably have to swing at one to get it through, but he hasn't had to pick up the bat in a couple pitches as they have landed below the zone. Now having a 3-1 count. Luke McLeod is on deck waiting. Here comes the 3-1 to Dara. Hits it right into the glove of Henry Verhamy. And the Bucs come oh so close to another RBI. And a great play from Verhamy keeps a run from scoring.
It was a well-struck ball by Dara. Just didn't quite get the height on it. And with how close Verhamy was playing, it didn't have a chance to rise much either. Able to jump up and get the second out.
So now Luke McLeod steps up with 2 gone and Denton on first. Lays off of the first pitch from Cody White for ball 1. McLeod was the only base runner in the second. Drew a 1-out walk, and that was the furthest he would get. Swings at that pitch and sends it into left field. Haruki going back on it. He's not going to get there. Ball goes all the way to the wall, scoring Denton, and into second base is Luke McLeod with an RBI double. And the Bucs take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the 4th.
Haruki misplayed it just a little bit, but even then was a very tough ball to get to. Ty Denton ran with contact. Very easy for the Bucs to take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he started in on it and then kind of backpedaled before realizing that the ball was starting to trail toward the left of him. Couldn't adjust in time, and Luke McLeod now standing on second after bringing Denton home. Now it's Camden Landfear with a runner in scoring position. He takes strike 1 on the fastball. He struck out on 3 pitches back in the second inning. That fastball just misses outside the zone to even the count up at a ball and a strike. Next offering to White is a check swing. Now Lanfear is able to hold back in time for ball 2. 2-1 count with 2 gone to Camden Lanfear. McLeod over at second base. Lanfear pops one back and out of play for strike 2.
Lanfear fighting to stay alive. Obviously has a runner in scoring position. Has 10 RBIs on the season. A chance for another with Luke McLeod at second base.
2-2 count with 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Bucs leading 1-0 after Luke McLeod's RBI double. And he forces Cody White to step off the bag. Wasn't anybody at the base to throw back. 2-2 swung on and missed for strike 3. Lanfear goes down swinging once again and strands the runner at second, but McLeod's able to deliver with his RBI double. Bucs lead 1-0 as we've reached the halfway point of this game. Bucs lead 1-0 through 3.5 innings as the cleanup man Logan Strong steps in for his second time today. Tracy still remains on the mound. Not a whole lot of action in the bullpen just yet. Big swing and miss for strike 1. Tracy's gotten a lot of whiffs on his breaking ball that's dipped below the zone.
Yeah, there's guys laying down in the bullpen, so I'd say
they seem
not
pretty relaxed.
Not a whole lot going on over there.
They seem very confident in Tracy's ability to at least go one more inning. 0-1 is fouled directly back and out of play for strike 2.
First time Tracy has pitched with the lead today. See if he can maintain his composure and stay strong out there on the mound. So far has, as he's up 0-2 in the count.
Only given up 2 hits to go along with 2 strikeouts through 3 innings. That one is hit well, but will wind up foul and near the bullpen, so guys will have to watch out over there.
That one had good distance, sounded good off the bat, but was way foul. Pretty much knew immediately. There have been some that have been a little hard to tell initially, but that one was an easy one for the umpires to make.
So the count remains 0-2 for Tracy. That one's popped into shallow right field, but Hank Smith able to track it all the way into his glove for the first out of the inning. So now Braden Horn, the catcher, who walked and advanced all the way to third back in the second inning, is up for the second time today. Tracy will receive the signal from Ty Denton and deliver the first pitch, which winds up high and outside for ball one. Horn batting .287 through 22 games this year. Another swing and miss. That one for strike one. So 1-1 count with one gone. Bucs leading by a run in the bottom of the fourth. Next offering, a fastball that almost hits Horn. He's able to get out of the way of that one and avoid being nicked by the pitch for ball two.
Would love to see the Bucs come out of today with a win at the very least. Getting this one here only up 1-0 so far, but they've cooled down a little bit since the early part of July. They've gone 500 since July 5th, winning 3 of their last 6.
Had to deal with the weather delays too that certainly knocked them off of their groove a little bit. But they're in a position to get back on track this weekend. 4 opportunities to be exact. Tracy has a 3-1 count. Braden Horn with one gone, trying to get out number 2. He's a strike away as the count runs full after Horn just barely got a piece of that one. The second full count of the afternoon for Tracy. The last one wound up in a strikeout to end the third inning. Here comes the payoff pitch from Tracy. That one's lifted foul and out of play. Count remains full. Tracy will step off the bag and recollect himself. Trying to get out number 2 to Braden Horn.
Horn with a .412 on base percentage. Now with a full count, looking to increase that number.
Another payoff pitch from Tracy. This one down low for ball 4. And that will make 4 straight innings that the Glacier Pilots have had a runner on base.
And so many of them have come from walks from Tracy, which we mentioned earlier is not usually something he's been known for giving up. Only had 4 coming into the day, and now that is his 3rd of the ball game.
So that'll bring up Nick Cortines, the designated hitter. He fouls the first pitch away for strike 1. Tracy has not missed the zone very often in his previous outings. Hasn't had the same success here today, but he's been able to find the zone in this at-bat as Cortines fights another pitch off for strike 2. Horn over at first doesn't have any stolen bases this year yet. Doesn't seem like he's in a position to do so here. 0-2 from Tracy, a check swing that dribbles up the middle. It's gloved by Leach, and he only has the play at first base for out number 2.
Tracy tried to get there and get on the ball. Like you said, it was a very awkward check swing. Don't think he necessarily intended to make contact, but still put it into play, and Leach getting down there in time to make the throw over to first base and get the second out.
So now Jake Haruki steps in. One of the newest addition on this Glacier Pilots team, just finished up his freshman year at Orange Coast College, but he only played in 4 games. Went just 1 for 10 with 7 strikeouts as he lifts one high into left center field. Luke McLeod there, and he makes the catch. So a 1 pitch out to strand another runner. And Tracy with 4 scoreless frames as the Bucs still lead 1-0 heading into the 5th. Andrew Sheffield will lead things off for the Bucs here in the top of the 5th. They remain ahead 1-0. Swings the first pitch he sees and sends it over to shortstop. The running throw from Verhamy is on target. Another 1 pitch out to get things started here in the 5th. Now for the 3rd time today, the top of the order is back up to the plate. As Miles Keogh steps up, he's 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts to center field. Cody White still out there for his 5th inning of work. Gets a slider on the inner part of the plate for strike 1.
One thing I did not realize until I was looking around at stats today, the Bucs actually lead the ABL in batting average.
Keogh sends one back and it's going to hit off of the fence. And Keogh slides in there with a 1-out double to put a runner in a scoring position with 1 gone here in the top of the 5th.
And improving that batting average that, as I was saying, currently leads all of Alaska. However, interestingly enough, they are 4th in the ABL in on-base percentage, so they are not drawing a lot of walks or hit by pitches compared to the other teams.
Their aggressiveness in the box is translated to both of those with a lot of hits, but also a lot of strikeouts as they lead the ABL in both of those categories. Now Finn Leach pops one into left field. Going over to grab it is Jake Haruki, and he makes the catch for out number 2. So only 4 pitches so far. They resulted in 2 outs, but also a double to put Miles Keogh in scoring position. Hank Smith will try to bring him home with 2 gone. Smith is 0 for 1 with a walk in the 1st inning and then a ground out to short in the 3rd. He's off of that first offering that winds up outside for ball 1.
Smith has 8 RBIs on the season. A chance for more with 2 outs and Keogh over at second base.
Flies one into left field. It's going to wind up in foul territory. Haruki makes the sliding grab. What a play from the left fielder to end the inning and strand a runner in scoring position for the Bucs.
I did not think he was going to get to that one. Made an incredible sliding play and crashed into the fence, but was able to hold on.
An impressive play keeps it a 1-0 game, which is where we're at heading into the bottom of the fifth. Bucs still lead 1-0 heading into the bottom of the fifth. Zach Kiefner steps in for his second time at the plate today to lead things off. Fastball from Taylor Tracy, who's out there for his fifth inning of work, is in there for strike one. He's only given up 2 hits, struck out a pair of batters, and has walked 3. Breaking ball that goes way far in. Kiefner having to dive out of the way of that one. So 1-1 count to the leadoff batter. Just 5 combined hits today. That one's fouled back for strike 2.
Yeah, as many innings as the Bucs can get from Tracy will be needed. They still have another 7 innings after today's game to get through. Not sure who is on the mound yet for the Bucs in game number 2, but hopefully be able to deliver a similar performance to Tracy so far, as they will have 14 more tomorrow.
He's only thrown 62 pitches so far. 58 through 4 scoreless innings and 4 in this at-bat. His 63rd pitch is fouled away right over towards the Bucs dugout to keep the even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That offering misses down low, and the count has run full. 3rd time today that Tracy has needed to deliver a payoff pitch. This one comes to the leadoff batter. As he gets the swing and miss for strike 3, the third punch out of the afternoon. All of them have been swinging. And that gets the first out of the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring up Ryan Dotson, who's seen just 2 pitches all day. He popped out to second base to start off the 3rd inning. Pitch bounces in front of home plate, and Dotson's easily able to lay off of it for ball 1.
Ryan Dotson was a big part of the Glacier Pilots team to get the season going. He appeared in almost every game in the month of June, but has not appeared in as many since then. He has only appeared in 3 games in the month of July, this being his 4th.
Was an all-conference member as a true freshman at Hendrix College this year. He bat .352 with 3 homers and 32 RBIs. Also stole 8 bags. His back-to-back foul balls put him in a 1-2 count.
His last time facing the Bucs was on June 15th, so over a month ago. He had 2 hits in that game. That was in 5 at-bats.
One-two count with 1 gone in the bottom of the 5th. Bucs still leading 1-0. Pitch from Tracy is fouled away and out of play to keep the count the way it is.
Looks like Andrew Haberman is warming up in the Bucs bullpen. Wondering if we're going to see him go 2 innings in the 6th and the 7th, or if they might try to get Taylor Tracy to get 1 more after this 5th inning.
1-2 from Tracy is once again popped up and out of play. Guess there's no guarantee of how close the second game will be. And with this counting towards stats and standings, Bucs not taking any chances. Like Ren said, when we'll see him is the only thing we do not know yet. Here comes the 1-2 from Tracy. Another pitch below the strike zone to even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still only 1 gone in the bottom of the 5th. Glacier Pilots looking for their first base runner of the inning. They've gotten at least one in the previous 4. So that one is just barely hit foul down the first base line.
There have been a few at-bats where the Glacier Pilots hitter has just been able to keep fouling off, keep staying alive. Cortinas had probably the longest at-bat of the game his last time up before eventually grounding out to the second baseman, Finn Leach. But Ryan Dotson certainly giving that a run for its money. Still a ball to work with for Taylor Tracy. Might get him to chase right here.
Here comes the 2-2 from him. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Went with the high heater and gets the second out on back-to-back strikeouts. Now Henry Verhamy steps up to the plate, the only man outside of Braden Horn that has reached base safely every time up.
He also has just 1 of 2 hits for the Glacier Pilots today, the other being Cortinas. But both of the hits that the Glacier Pilots have gotten, the man at first has then been thrown out at second base.
So, mound visit between Ty Denton and Taylor Tracy, which could be Tracy's last batter faced. After 2 very long at-bats, Tracy is now up to 73 pitches. So 2 batters took 15 pitches so far.
Denton and Tracy were both smiling when talking to the umpire, so perhaps chopping it up a little bit with ump.
Now we're going to get a mound visit from Kirk Schreider. I wonder if this will be it for Tracy with the right-handed batter up. Schreider may be playing the matchups. Maybe just trying to buy some more time for Andrew Haberman, too.
The whole bullpen looking to the mound. Schreider also smiling coming off the mound. Not the most common thing in the world.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that you'll see every day. But with how Tracy has been throwing in a time where they needed an outing just like this, he has delivered. So now he faces Henry Verhamy for the third time, is yet to get him out. Verhamy with a walk and a single so far, has not advanced past first base though. The fastball misses inside for ball one. Another fastball that just misses. Now a 2-0 count to Verhamy. Next offering is chopped foul down the third base line. Now a 2-1 count to Verhamy.
If Tracy knows this is his last batter he's going to face, wondering what that does mentally to a pitcher who just wants to go ahead and get this last batter out, but still has to work hard and faces one of the tougher batters in Verhamy.
This is once again for ball three. Verhamy, a high school graduate, yet to play college ball, but has proven to be one of the better batters in this game so far. The 3-1 to him, hit right back up the middle and off of Tracy. Leach trying to get there, but he bobbles it, and Verhamy will reach safely. So a 2-out single for Verhamy. His second hit of the game extends the inning.
I guess that hit off the back of Taylor Tracy. It certainly made contact. Doesn't seem to be any sort of pain. But Kirk Schreider will head back out to the mound. We'll have to pull Tracy now.
Yeah, not wanting to take any chances with one of his best starters. Tracy's not able to go the full 5 innings, but came about as close as you can. And so now it'll be Andrew Haberman who will try to take the Bucs likely the rest of the way with 2 1/3 innings pitched. It will be his longest outing of the season. He went 2 innings before against the Glacier Pilots to pick up the win and the save in an 8-7 W on July 7th. So we'll let him warm up a little bit. Up his sophomore year at Santa Clara, where he did throw 3 innings in a game against California on February 16th, so he's proved that he's able to go the distance for at least 3 innings if needed. Won't be required unless we get extra innings here, which my fingers are crossed as tightly as possible that we don't.
Whoa. You don't want to see more Bucs baseball?
I mean, I will in 30 minutes after this game.
True.
His 3 longest outings during the collegiate season, he threw 3 innings in a win against California, 2 2/3 in a loss to Connecticut, and 2 1/3 in a loss at Cal Poly, in which he gave up 5 earned runs off of 8 hits. 4 of the hits were triples. As the first batter he will face is Cooper Kunis, who is still looking for his first hit of the game.
Yeah, Kunis has struck out and reached on a fielder's choice in the third inning, but he is still probably the most dangerous batter on this Glacier Pilots team. Haberman just needing to get one out to end this fifth inning.
First pitch to Kunis is a fastball right over the plate for strike one. Haberman is not one to shy away from the strike zone, usually attacks batters. Throws back over to first to check on Verheimu, who dives back in time.
Yeah, he forces a lot of contact, has a whip under 1, currently at 0.97, has 5 strikeouts on the season.
He's now ahead in the count, 0-2 to Kunis. He's also given up 9 hits, 3 runs, 2 of those which are earned. Coming off of an appearance that was his only loss of the year so far. 0-2 just misses outside to move the count to a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and coming into that game, he was just one of 2 pitchers with a 0 ERA. Right now, currently sitting at 1.59.
1-2 is hit very softly into center field, and it's going to drop down for a hit. Leash, Lanfear, and Keo were all around it, but it dropped in, honestly, the only place where they couldn't get it. So now back-to-back singles to form a mini 2-out rally. That'll bring up Antonio Gianni, who is also 0 for 2 on the day. First offering swung on and missed for strike one. Denton popped out of his stance with both runners taking a healthy lead, but there wasn't any Bucs defenders near either of the bags for him to throw to. Gianni trying to tie this game up. For Hamey waiting on second, will go at the sound of any contact. 1-1 just misses down low for now a 2-1 count to Gianni.
Gianni with 14 RBIs on the season. So he is leading this team in that category and now in a position with a runner in scoring position.
Ball that gets away from Haberman, but Denton's able to slide in front of it to keep it from advancing the runners. Count now moves to 3 balls and a strike. Check swing that he did not go around on. Looks like that will be ball 3. Previous count was 2-1. Swung on and missed for strike 2, and Haberman has run the count full to Gianni. 1 strike away from stranding the 2 runners.
Haberman likes to claim he's not a big strikeout guy. Has about half of 1 in every inning. Currently 5 and 11 in a third innings pitched.
Looking for one here. Runner goes, but it's swung on and missed for strike 3. And Haberman strands the 2 runners on first and second to keep the Bucs lead at just 1-0. 2 innings remain. You're listening to the Bucs YouTube channel. Through 5 innings, just 1 run and 7 combined hits. As the Bucs are still clinging to their 1-0 lead, with Ty Denton up to the plate to lead things off in the 6th inning.
Denton was able to get the first hit for the Bucs and eventually came around to score. It was a single to lead things off in the 4th. Then was advanced and reached third on a wild pitch and driven in by Luke McLeod. And that is the only run scored today so far through 5 innings.
Faces a 2-0 count and lines one over towards shortstop, but it's right into the glove of Henry Verhamy. He's made a couple of great plays over there, that one for the first out of the 6th inning. So despite being pulled from the mound, Taylor Tracy is still in that 5-hole as the designated hitter. 0 for 2 thus far, looking for his first base hit.
Left the game with a runner on, but luckily Haberman was able to get out of the inning. So he exits the mound with 4 2/3 innings pitched, 0 earned runs, gave up 3 hits, 3 walks, but had 4 strikeouts.
He pops one up into shallow left field. Henry Verhamy, who's been a busy man this inning, calls off everybody and makes the catch for out number 2. So 2 quick outs brings up Ryan Dara, as Cody White, who has remained on the mound despite giving up the 1 earned run, through 5 2/3 innings, has just 80 pitches, is trying to go a full 6. Delivers strike 1 right down the middle to Ryan Dara, who is also 0 for 2 on the day.
And Paul Skeen's only complete game in the MLB. He pitched a 1-0 game, but ended up getting the loss because his team wasn't able to get any runs on the board.
So now an 0-2 count to Ryan Dara. Cody White trying to retire the side for the 2nd time today. Won't do it on that pitch as it misses up high for ball 1. Here comes the 1-2 from White. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Bucs go down in order, and White retires the side. So 6 innings of 1-run ball. If that's it for Cody White, what an outing. His longest of the season, coming in a time where the Glacier Pilots are pretty thin in terms of starting pitchers. Now they're just waiting to see if their offense can respond, down to their final 6 outs here on the Bucs YouTube channel. Four, 5, and 6, the heart of the order due up for the Glacier Pilots in the bottom of the 6th inning. They still trail 1-0. Andrew Haberman back on the mound after he got the final out of the inning in relief.
It's been 2 quick half innings for the Bucs offense. They were only able to get 1 hit in the 5th and then 3 up, 3 down in the 6th inning. And despite not scoring, it's been quite the opposite for the Glacier Pilots, who have just run the count full several times and been able to foul off several pitches, and they've actually had the longer time at the plate.
0-2 is grounded over towards shortstop. Anfield gloves it cleanly and throws over to first in time for out number 1. Haberman looking for his 3rd save of the season. He's appeared in 10 games, has a 2-1 record with 2 saves. Tracy will get the win if the score remains the same. Now Braden Horn steps in 0 for 0 with 2 walks. Fastball from Haberman up and in for ball 1. Horn's last time up, he had that near 10 pitch at bat. Wouldn't be surprised if it got up to 10 pitches. That ended off with a walk. Now faces a 1-1 count with 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th. Hits that one well into left field. McLeod going back on it. He's going to look as it winds up over the fence. Logan Strong ties up this game with a no-doubt homer. That might be the longest one we've seen all season.
Yeah, he really turned on that one and was able to get his whole body underneath it. Lifts it out, and Luke McLeod in left field took a few steps out towards the wall and then realized that that thing was gone.
And just like that, Horn has tied this game up at 1-1. And now the Bucs will try to recuperate. As the first pitch from Haberman to Nick Cortines is inside for ball 1. And it looks like that actually hit him. Didn't seem like it did, but the home plate umpire ruled that it got him on the elbow. So now a runner on base for Jake Haruki with only 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th. First fastball to Jake Haruki misses down low for ball 1. Haruki 0 for 2 with a ground into a double play and a fly out to left field. He's off of that pitch that winds up outside for ball 2.
We'll see how long they run with Haberman. Hard to tell if there's guys warming up in the Bucs bullpen or if they're just sort of messing around out there.
Big swing and miss for strike 1. We've always seen them move around plenty, though. Doesn't seem like anybody is in any throwing motion over there warming up. So for the time being, it'll be Haberman to try to stretch out his outing as long as he can. Gets another swing and miss there for strike 2 to even up the count. Here comes the next offering. Slider can't run back into the zone. Winds up inside for a full count. Runner goes on the pitch, called strike 3 after the swing and miss, and the runner is out in plenty of time. A great double play. Haruki goes down swinging. Cortines is thrown out at second. Haberman able to escape with just the 1 run given up, but now heading into the 7th inning. Both teams with a chance to win the game. Bottom of the order do it for the Bucs here in the top of the 7th. And Cody White still out there trying to go a full 7 innings after his team finally tied up the game at 1-1.
Last time up, McLeod was able to put contact on the ball and put it out into left field. Drove in the run of Ty Denton and was an RBI double.
Swings at this one and puts it into the right center field gap. It's going to get past everybody and roll up to the wall. McLeod going through second and digging for third. And Luke McLeod with a stand-up leadoff triple to start things off here in the top of the 7th. Can't ask for a much better start. McLeod delivering once again.
That was much needed in a game where scoring and hits are hard to come by. Now still with nobody gone, McLeod just 90 feet away from taking back the lead for the Bucs.
Now it'll be Camden Lanfear up to the plate. He's struck out swinging both times up. He's off for the first pitch. That's a front door slider. That finds the zone for strike 1. Swings at the second pitch and sends it into left field. That's going to get down for a hit. Coming to score is McLeod. And Camden Lanfear, not batting in his usual spot, but comes up big for the Bucs as they jump back ahead 2-1.
What a way to respond. Taking advantage of the fact that Cody White has been out there for now his 7th inning. Got to be tired out there.
Not sure how much more we'll see of him. There is some movement in the Glacier Pilots bullpen. Not sure how long they've been throwing over there, though. Sheffield showing bunt, lays off for ball 1. Lanfear has plenty of speed over at the bag, too. Has 6 stolen bases this season. Big reason why he's batted in the leadoff spot for so long. Doesn't take off on this pitch, but Sheffield lays a perfect bunt. It's fielded by Dotson. The throw is just barely on target. Strong having to keep his tippy toes on the bag to get the out. But it advances Lanfear to second. Bucs with another runner in scoring position with 1 gone. Now the lineup comes back to the top. Miles Keogh up to the plate. Hit a double his last time up in the 5th inning. But no one was able to advance him any further. Has a chance to double the Bucs lead with 1 swing of the bat. Swings at the first pitch. It hits off of Cody Whiting into center field. Rounding third and coming home is Lanfear. He will score with ease. And the Bucs have come alive with 2 runs here in the 7th inning. Now the biggest concern is White, as that hit right off of him at a pretty high speed.
Yeah, that could have been really bad. Obviously with no protection out there, we saw Luke McLeod take one to the shin a few weeks ago. Obviously he's okay. He's back in the lineup and all that good stuff, but Cody White already struggling on the mound here this inning, and it looks like that will be it for White.
Head coach Rich Price will take out White and make a call to the bullpen. White not able to go the full 7 innings. It looks like it hit right off of his elbow on his throwing hand. So Price making the smart move. He's going to bring in a left-handed pitcher, who we'll have more on when we come back. New pitcher on the mound after White goes 6 1/3 innings. Peyton Dixon, the lefty, will take over for him after it looked like it. The comebacker hit White right on the elbow of his throwing arm, so the Glacier Pilots being cautious with him.
Dixon comes in today with a 3.24 ERA in 4 appearances and 8 1/3 innings pitched. Has 10 strikeouts and a 1.56 whip.
First batter he faces will be Finn Leach. Keel goes on the pitch. It's a high throw, and Keel slides in safely with a stolen base to advance into scoring position. And the Bucs have been rolling here in this final inning. Already put up 2 runs and have plenty of time to add to that.
Well, they've done well in late in the games. Once it hit that 7th inning, it seems that they've just come alive.
1-0 is downstairs for ball 2. Horn able to slide over and keep that one from getting past him. And after just 2 pitches from Peyton Dixon, it'll warrant another mound visit. Glacier Pilots putting their pitchers on very short leashes here.
White left the game with 6 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, 3 walks, had 4 strikeouts, and then gave up the 3 runs that the Bucs currently have, and Miles Keogh also accredited to him. So if he comes around and scores, that'll be 4 for White.
So after the mound visit, Dixon will remain on the mound. Glacier Pilots trying to keep this a 2-run game and give themselves a chance to answer in the bottom of the 7th. Finn Leach trying to change that. He's 0 for 2 on the day, walked in the first inning, but hasn't reached base safely since. 2-0 backdoor slider that slowly found its way back into the zone for strike 1.
And this is Leach's first plate appearance with runners in scoring position.
Switched over from the left-handed batter's box to the right with the lefty on the mound. Another slow breaking ball that dropped into the zone to even the count up at 2-2.
Was actually his second, but he's currently 3rd in the league in runs batted in. Behind 2 players for the Oilers.
Barely able to foul that one away to stay alive in the count. Leach has been pretty low in the lineup for most of the season, but the last handful of games he's batted behind Keogh in the 2-hole. Trying to deliver another gut punch as he lifts one into right field. Cooper Kunis going back on it is able to make the catch, tagging up his Keogh. Pretty solid throw from Kunis, but with him being in right field, it was a tall task for him to even get that ball back into the infield. And now Keogh standing on 3rd base as Hank Smith steps up to the plate.
Hank Smith yet to get a hit today. He walked his first time up and then grounded out and flew out foul into left side of the field.
Lays off with the first offering, which is a breaking ball that drops in the zone for strike 1. Miles Keogh standing just 90 feet away from home plate, trying to be the 3rd runner to score this inning for the Bucs. As Smith lays off of a fastball upstairs to even the count. Dixon comes set and delivers. That one slapped into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and Hank Smith adds to the total. The 3rd run of the inning off of the RBI single from Hank Smith as the Bucs lead 4-1.
excellent late game push. Exactly what the Bucs needed. That likely means that we will see Haberman out there on the mound for the final half inning of game 1.
Before that, we'll see Ty Denton come up. As the throw back over to first was almost by Logan Strong. Hank Smith pretty nonchalantly just walks back onto the bag. Denton singled and came around to score the first run of the game back in the 4th inning. As the fastball to him just misses down low for ball 1. Bucs have come alive in this inning to put up a 3 spot. Have a chance to do more with Smith at first, Denton up to the plate with 2 outs. A slow breaking ball that buckled Ty Denton at the knees. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. Here comes the 1-1. Denton lays off of that ball. Braden Horn able to block it and keep it in front of him. Now 2-1 count to Denton. Dixon delivers another fastball that just dipped below the zone.
The Bucs have put up 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Now just 1 ball away from putting Hank Smith in scoring position for a chance to add on to that total.
Here comes a 3-1 from Dixon. It's hit well and high into left field. Haruki will go over there, but it's going to wind up out of play on the other side of the fence. He made that great catch to end the 5th inning right in that same spot, but he wasn't able to get to that one, as the count has run full to Ty Denton. Smith will almost certainly go on this pitch. No one covering the bag, so it gives him a big leadoff. He'll go, but the pitch is inside for ball 4. And Denton earns himself a 2-out walk to move Smith into scoring position. So it'll be Taylor Tracy. Still looking for his first hit of the game, 0 for 3 on the day, but what a spot it would be if he's able to deliver here. After a quick conversation between Dixon and Horn, Tracy will step into the batter's box, batting right-handed against the lefty. Takes a fastball right down the middle for strike 1.
Tracy pitched 4 2/3 innings of scoreless ball here in today's game. Is yet to reach base safely as well, but he has certainly contributed well to today's game and a big part of the reason that the Bucs are leading the way they are.
0-1, a fastball that lands outside to even the count up. Tracy is one of just 3 hitters that has not reached base safely. Now facing a 1-1 count with a pair of runners aboard. Lays off of another fastball, that one up near the chest level for ball 2. Smith is on second, Denton's on first. With 2 gone in the top of the 7th, and Tracy up to the plate. Lays off of another pitch that dips below the zone for ball 3.
Really unfortunate for Cody White, too, who did really phenomenal in his first 6 innings, but due to the fact that they are low on starting pitchers and also The fact that there are 7 more innings today, they wanted to keep him out there for as long as they could.
Breaking ball in the 3-1 just dropped into that inside part of the plate to run the count full. Waiting on deck is Ryan Dara, the only man who has not stepped up to the plate this inning. Runners go on the payoff pitch, which is swung on and missed for strike 3. Tracy not able to advance the runners, which gets stranded by Dixon. But the Bucs put up 3. They lead 4-1 heading into the bottom of the 7th, and Andrew Haberman trying to earn his 3rd save of the day, of the season, when we come back. Glacier Pilots down to their final 3 outs, as it'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up. Zach Hefner takes strike 1 from Andrew Haberman, who came in relief and gave up a homer in the 6th inning. Now has a 3-run cushion, though.
Currently the longest outing of the season for Andrew Haberman if he can make it all the way through this 7th inning.
His 2-1 is swung on and missed. Even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff man, Hefner. He's 0 for 2 with already a swinging strikeout and a ground out. Andrew Haberman looking for a clean inning. That fastball lands in the other batter's box to run the count full.
Would certainly be appreciated, as we have another game after this, so it will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game.
Payoff pitch is dribbled over towards Hank Smith at first, and Hefner runs right into it for out number 1. So that'll bring up Ryan Dotson, the third baseman, who also has a swinging strikeout and a pop out to second base. First offering is chopped over towards third, right to Andrew Sheffield, who makes the throw across the diamond for a 1-pitch out. Haberman just 1 out away from the save and the win. Now Henry Verhamy, the leadoff man, steps up, swings at the first pitch, but chops it foul for strike 1.
Going to be a tough final out in today's game. Verhamy with 2 singles. He was been able to reach second in the second one, but has not been around to home. And he is the last hope for the Glacier Pilots here in game 1.
He's one of 2 batters to not be out at all this game. Him and Braden Horn, who hit that home run as he lifts one high into right field. Heading into foul territory and out of play, it escapes the sliding Dara. So Verhamy down to his final strike with 2 outs. Glacier Pilots trailing by 3. Haberman looking for his 3rd win and 3rd save.
Number 32 on number 32 to end this thing, hopefully.
Here comes the 1-2 from Haberman. Verhamy thought about swinging, but just held up in time. Haberman tried to get him chased below the zone, but Verhamy able to hold up. So the count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one's hit well, but it'll wind up out of play. Verhamy just staying alive in this at-bat. Here comes, or not, we'll get a timeout called by Verhamy after Haberman shook a couple pitches off before deciding on one. We'll likely just go back to that one. Here comes the 2-2 from him. Called strike 3 on the outer part of the plate. Verhamy goes down looking, and the Bucs take game 1, 4-1. Haberman gets the win and the save as he delivers 2 1/3 innings in relief of Taylor Tracy, who had a extraordinary outing. We'll have a 30-minute break before game number 2.
A great way to get things going today for the Bucs. This one does not count towards the Mayor's Cup and is just a make-up for earlier this season, a game that got canceled, but either way, good way to get things going. Hopefully they can maintain this momentum into a pretty important few games. The second one today and then 2 more tomorrow, and can hopefully retain the Mayor's Cup.
So we'll be back at approximately 6:45 for what is technically game 2 of the Mayor's Cup, but the first one that we'll play. Bucs will be the home team for that one, and we'll be back.
The Bucs able to take game one of the doubleheader here at Mulcahy Stadium against the Anchorage Glacier Pilots. They came in a 4-1 victory after the Bucs were able to put up 3 runs in the top of the 7th. We now move on to game 2 today and the first game of the Mayor's Cup. We were not quite sure when first pitch was going to be. There was no anthem or anything, so we'll get lineups here now as Evan Stratton on the mound. He'll face Henry Verhamy to lead things off.
Yeah, it's basically the exact same lineup as the game before. It's Verhamy, Cooper Kunis in right field batting second, Antonio Gianni batting third in center field. And then batting fourth is going to be Logan Strong, the first baseman, Braden Horn, the designated hitter, batting fifth, Nick Cortinas behind the dish, batting sixth. Those two switch, so that's the only real change. And then Jake Haruki in the seventh spot. In left field, Zach Hefner, the second baseman, batting eighth, and Ryan Dodson, the third baseman, in the 9-hole with Jack Jones on the mound. And then for the Bucs on the other end, it's a couple more changes with Miles Keogh, the center fielder, leading things off. Finn Leach and Hank Smith. And Ty Denton still being that top four, but Denton is batting DH. And then Ryan Dara batting fifth in right field, Luke McLeod in left field batting sixth. Joe Forbes will start at catcher. He's batting seventh, with Camden Landfier still at shortstop and batting eighth, and Hayden Miller subbing in for Andrew Sheffield, batting ninth at third base.
So Evan Stratton on the mound. 2-2 count to Henry Verhamy. Stratton comes into today's game with 22 2/3 innings pitched, a 3.57 ERA, has 19 strikeouts, and a 1.46 whip. His last outing was not his best, but he has shown some brilliance so far and just gets out of the glove of Camden Landfier. An early error from the shortstop for the Bucs puts a runner at first base.
Yeah, he definitely would have made that play. It was just a tough one that hopped right over his glove. And after the Bucs only gave up 1 run, and it took all the way until the 6th inning for that to happen. An early base runner, Taylor Tracy, who started last game, had plenty of base runners, but he was able to strand all of them. Stratton will try to do the same, but also limit how many runners he allows to reach the base paths.
That brings up Cooper Kunis. Again, if you watched the first game, it's pretty much the exact same lineup for the Glacier Pilots. As Stratton delivers a low pitch and is down in the count 2-0. Last game also not counting towards the Mayor's Cup. This one will, as that one is lifted foul and out of play for strike 1.
Yeah, this is the first game that counts, but technically game 2 of the Mayor's Cup, games 1 and 3, will be played tomorrow. So the scheduling is all over the place with the weather, but we will have a lot of baseball to play within the next 2 days. So be sure to stick around for all of that.
Denton stands up, making sure to keep Verhamy at first base. That was a big thing for Taylor Tracy, was throwing over, keeping the runner nearby, though Verhamy without a stolen base on the season. So a 5-pitch walk to Cooper Kunis. The first 2 runners for the Glacier Pilots able to reach, as there are runners at first and second with nobody gone.
Yeah, Tracy didn't allow any stolen bases. And the Glacier Pilots have the least amount in the league, so they're not very aggressive on the base pass to begin with. But Tracy was making sure all game that it stayed that way, and Stratton already doing the same here.
First pitch to Antonio Gianni up high for ball 1. On July 15th was the last time Stratton pitched. He only made it through 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 earned runs, but on the 10th, which was his outing before that, went 5 scoreless innings and only gave up 1 hit.
He's also a fresh commit of Cal Baptist, just announced it yesterday when he was throwing those 6 scoreless innings against the Miners. The Cal Baptist pitching coach was out here to see that, with John Carlson also being on that staff. So the Bucs helping each other out by Stratton, who was in the portal, getting to show off in front of one of his teammates coaches, and now they'll be teammates for college ball for at least the next year.
The 1-2 to Gianni's fouled back.
Gianni went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in the game before. Was one of just a few players in the game in total to not reach base safely. Already with an early opportunity with a pair of runners on.
Fouled back once again. There were several plate appearances for the Glacier Pilots that went for 8 or more pitches. Right now, Gianni looking to do similar. He is about to see pitch number 6.
Yeah, we've already seen so many foul balls between Verhamy and Gianni. Just not able to put as many in play as they want.
Down low, count goes even at 2 apiece. Sent into play, gets past the glove of Lamphere, and the Glacier Pilots are going to strike early with an RBI double from Antonio Gianni with still nobody out.
And it would have been a very close play at the plate, but Luke McLeod just bobbled the ball over in left field. It hopped over his glove, and that gave Henry Verhamy plenty of time to cross home plate and advance over to second. Is now Gianni. Cooper Kunis up to third, still with nobody out. And kind of a polar opposite start for the Pilots. Took them 6 innings to get their first run. They waste no time here in the second game.
First pitch to Logan Strong in there for strike 1. There are runners at second and third, looking to get the first out of the ball game. Down low, 1-1.
Strong also went 0 for 3, so the 3 and 4 batters did not fare too well in the first game. Gianni already flipping the script on that with an RBI double. Strong trying to follow it up with a similar approach.
Outside, Forbes having to get down, keep it in front of him, 2-1. Up high, and the Glacier Pilots are just 1 ball away from loading up the bases with Logan Strong able to find the inside part of the strike zone. Count goes full. Evan Stratton looking to get the first out of the first inning.
That was a really close pitch that he was just barely able to sneak on that inner part of the plate. It was a delayed strike call, too, from the umpire.
Put into play. Scooped up. Smith throws home. They will say he did not get the tag. It was definitely a close play. I'm not sure I necessarily ever saw Cooper Kunis touch home plate.
It looked for sure that Forbes had the ball. He showed it to the home plate umpire, but he said that Kunis somehow got around the tag, and yeah, it seemed that Kunis didn't really touch home plate, but no review here in the ABL. And a very interesting play.
First pitch to Braden Horn, outside 1-0, as the Glacier Pilots now take a 2-0 lead, still with nobody out. Down low, 2-0 to Horn, the designated hitter.
Horn had the solo home run for the Glacier Pilots. The last game went 1-for-1 with that homer and also drew 2 walks, advanced to third base at the very least in every single at-bat.
That'll warrant a mound visit from Kirk Schreider, who is going to talk to Evan Stratton after what has not been exactly the greatest outing on the mound.
Stratton is, after having that 5 scoreless innings against the Miners on July 10th, gave up 2 runs in .2 innings against the Chinooks just 3 days ago, now already giving up 2 runs here. After several outstanding outings, he's given up 2 or more runs for consecutive outings, just the second time this season, the first time since his first 2 outings of the summer.
So a 2-0 count to Braden Horn. Runners at the corners with nobody out. Skied up into shallow center. Lamphere going back, but Keogh comes in, will make a throw home that prevents Antonio Gianni at third from heading home.
Yeah, that was way too shallow for Gianni to even think about tagging up on, but you hope that Stratton finally able to just get one out can spark some confidence in him. He's someone that has been really huge for the Bucs so far, averaging almost a strikeout per inning, but he attacks batters, he gets swings and misses, he also gets a lot of balls put in play, which is what we've seen so far.
First pitch to Nick Cortinas, sent out of the right field side and foul for strike 1. Swing and miss. First time Stratton has been up in the count like this, 0-2.
Cortinas had a single and was hit by a pitch in the first game of the day. It's the first pitch that Stratton has really looked in control on.
Swing and miss for the third strike, as Stratton has found a little bit of momentum now as he gets a 3-pitch strikeout to Cortinas.
It's exactly what he needed right there to just calm him down. After it took 5 batters just to get his first out, he's gotten 2 consecutive, and it would be very huge for him if he's able to get a third one in a row.
Brings up Jake Haruki, the left fielder, puts it into play, gets just past the glove of Lamphere. Could not have been closer as Lamphere went horizontal, and that will score the third run and put runners at first and second.
And that really could not have been any closer to hitting Lamphere's glove. He went fully parallel to the ground for that. Tried to stretch out the most he could, but it just wasn't enough. It keeps the inning going.
First pitch ball to the number 8 batter, Zach Hefner. Stratton just 1 out away from getting out of what has been a less than great inning. Grounded over to Smith at first, who will step on and get the third out. So the Bucs with some work to do offensively as they head to the bottom of the first inning. Your score, Pilots 3, Bucs 0. Miles Keogh leads things off for the Bucs offensively as they are down 3-0 after 8 batters came up for the Glacier Pilots.
Yeah, it could not be much of a different start compared to the first game. And the Bucs will now have an early hole to dig themselves out of, but it's nothing that they're not used to. They've been in plenty of these situations before. Come out on top.
Jack Jones will be the pitcher on the mound for the Pilots. He comes into today with 23 1/3 innings pitched and a 3.47 ERA. He has 18 walks and only 10 strikeouts with a 1.37 whip.
His ERA is taking a big dip as he's only given up 1 run in his last 12 innings. Through back-to-back 6-inning performances against the Miners, one came in a win where he threw 6 shutout innings. The other one, he only gave up 1 run in a 7-2 loss.
Keogh puts one down in the left field for a base hit. Both offenses starting hot. Hopefully the Bucs can respond to the 3 spot in the top of the first.
And Keogh's just picking up right where he left off. Had that double and an RBI single in the first game that was part of that big 3-run 7th inning. Now continuing that success into this game. Hopefully he can trickle down to the rest of the lineup.
Finn Leach, who did not record a hit in game 1, steps up to the plate now in the right-handed batter's box with the left-handed Jones as Keogh looks to steal, and he will be successful.
Keogh wasting no time, goes on the first pitch, and now some early pressure on Jack Jones. The Bucs have thrived in moments like that. Keogh just creating offense out of nothing and giving Leach a chance to extend his RBI total.
The 1-0 to Leach. Finds the inside part of the plate for strike number 1.
And it seems like ever since Keogh's got into that leadoff position, he's been kind of like a spark plug. Like you'd see someone off of the bench in basketball where he just gets the energy up, he gets a hit, steals second, he's able to just make something out of nothing. You hope the Bucs are able to feed off of that type of energy.
Up high, Cortinas comes out of his stance, looks over to Keogh, make sure that he doesn't get any ideas about heading over to third as the count goes to 2-1. Still nobody out in the bottom of the first inning. Put into play over the head of Jones. They'll throw over and get Leach out at first, but advances Miles Keogh to third base.
That was a great play by Hefner to be able to glove that one down. It almost hit off of second base, and it would have been an even harder play for him to make, but he was able to track it down right in front of it. But now all it takes is a fly ball deep enough to score Miles Keogh.
Hank Smith also part of the 7th inning for the Bucs in the previous game as he takes strike 1. Smith had an RBI single to score the 3rd run of that 7th inning that would propel the Bucs to a victory as he is down in the count 0-2. Swing and miss. Smith goes down on 3 pitches. And with 2 outs, it brings up Ty Denton.
Yeah, that was a tough at-bat from Smith. He took the first 2 pitches that were just perfectly located by Jones and was just down in the hole, had to be aggressive, and Jones used that against him with the fastball up high.
First pitch to Denton is in for strike 1. Denton had a single and came around to score. That was the first run of the game earlier today. That came in the 4th inning. Tipped off the bat into the glove of Cortinas for strike 2.
And despite having 18 walks to just 10 strikeouts this season, Jones has come out with a very aggressive approach. A lot of these pitches have been in the zone or near it. It's been hard for the Bucs to lay off of them.
The 0-2 outside, hoping to get Denton to chase. He does not, however, and stays alive. That pitch way inside. Count goes even at 2.
Ryan Dodson is playing very close to the third base foul line. Makes the hole between him and shortstop a little more wider. If Denton's able to pull a ball that way, it's a good chance he's able to find that hole into left field.
Outside, Denton able to lay off 3 straight pitches as the count goes full.
It's great patience by Denton. Those last 2 pitches didn't miss by much, but stood in there and saw them all the way through.
Down the middle, gets Denton looking. The Bucs not able to respond to the 3 spot put up by the Glacier Pilots. As Evan Stratton heads back out to the mound. Your score, Pilots 3, Bucs 0 on the Bucs YouTube channel. In the top of the second inning, Ryan Dodson, the 9-hole hitter, will lead things off. He puts one up the middle immediately for a base hit.
Doesn't even let Stratton settle into the inning, just attacks him straight off rip. And after Tracy went almost 5 scoreless innings, Stratton has delivered a near opposite start to this game. Very important that he tries to finally keep this Pilots offense at bay.
We flip back over to the top of the lineup with Henry Verhamy. Stratton throwing over to keep Dodson over at first. Dodson with 2 stolen bases this season as he delivers a ball to Verhamy. Down the middle for strike 2. Looking to get the first out of the top of the second inning. Chopped over to Lanphier, who drops the ball out of his glove. That will be the second error of the game for Lamphere, who is looking to turn 2.
And he's been so reliable over at shortstop. This really comes at a surprise. Verhamy started off the game by reaching safely off of an error by Lamphere, and now he reaches safely for a second time because of the same thing. If the Bucs are going to be able to limit the Glacier Pilots on offense, they're going to need their best infielders to come through like they usually do.
Nothing seemed to be going well for the Bucs here in Game 2. As Cooper Kunis steps up to the plate, he walked his last time up and came around to score the second run. He takes ball 1 from Stratton. Kunis trying to lay down a bunt will put it foul for strike 1.
And you would think that the Bucs would take the momentum into this game after putting up 3 runs in the last inning these two teams played. But the Pilots just found some new strength and wasted no time jumping out to an early lead. Now it's the Bucs with their backs against the wall.
Kunis lays down a bunt. They'll throw to third. Will get him at third base. An excellent play from Hank Smith. He came charging down the infield and delivered an excellent throw to Hayden Miller.
Yeah, what a play by Smith. It was looking like there wasn't really a play for him to make because of how slowly that Stratton was getting off of the mound, but he delivered a strike to Miller at third. I thought that Dodson would be in there easily, but Smith gets a huge out to get the lead runner and send him back to the dugout.
Runners remain at first and second, but now with 1 out. Brings up Antonio Gianni, who puts the first pitch into right field, down for a base hit. Making a throw, will not make it home. The third RBI of the game for Gianni, as the Bucs extend their lead 4-0.
Gianni just with a great game right now. Had that two-run double to start things off in the first and comes in the second and delivers once again. This is quickly getting away from the Bucs.
Check swing from Logan Strong. They'll say he went around for strike 1. Like another check swing, they'll peel down. This time he did not go. Chop foul down third base line for strike 2. The 1-2 swung on and missed. The second strikeout of the day for Stratton. And there are now 2 outs in the top of the second inning.
And Stratton's had a handful of good at-bats, that being one of them. It's just been the other handful of at-bats that have come back to cost him currently 4 runs. It'd be huge if he's able to strand these 2 runners and keep it to just the 1 run given up in this frame.
With the win earlier today, the Bucs are now just half a game back from being tied in first place with the Miners and the Chinooks. If they can mount a comeback, currently down 4, they would be tied for first. And depending on the outcomes of the Miners and the Chinooks games today, as that one is lifted into deep left field by Braden Horn. But getting under it is the left fielder Luke McLeod for out number 3. Pilots tack another run on to their total, but they strand 2 runners as they hold a 4-0 lead heading into the bottom of the second. Ryan Dara will lead things off in the bottom of the second. Bucs currently down 4-0 in this 7-inning game, so they don't have as much time to work with as they usually do. Still plenty of time, though. We've seen them put up 6 runs in an inning.
Yeah, they've definitely put together their fair share of rallies this season, and they're just going to have that mentality that the 5th inning is now the 7th inning and try to speed up their comeback efforts that they've had so much of this year.
Dara puts one between shortstop and third. It takes a little leap at the spot where the turf becomes grass. And a leadoff single for the Bucs comes from Ryan Dara.
That's exactly the type of leadoff at-bat you want, especially with somebody like Ryan Dara who can steal second so easily. We saw Miles Keogh do it on the very first pitch of the next at-bat. Dara always takes an aggressive lead. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on one of the first pitches of this at-bat as well.
The first pitch to Luke McLeod. Outside for ball 1.
It's a little harder for these runners to get a clean look on whether it's a pickoff attempt or a pitch because of the left-handed pitcher. Just kind of have to wait that extra half second with the pitcher always able to keep their eyes on them.
The 1-1 fouled back. Now a 1-2 count to Luke McLeod.
McLeod was the batter that got that 7th inning rally started, hit that leadoff triple, and came around to score the first run at the top of the 7th, first of 3. Trying to have a similar type of plate appearance here.
And a swing and a miss gets McLeod down on strikes for the first out of the bottom of the second inning. Now the first player to step up to the plate that we did not see in game 1. It's Joe Forbes who comes in at the catcher position. Checking over to keep Ryan Dara at first.
Forbes hit that home run on the 4th of July that unfortunately didn't count towards any of his stats. I'm sure he would have loved it.
Dara goes. The throw over to second, not in time. And the second stolen base of the game for the Bucs comes from Ryan Dara, who now is tied for the most stolen bases in the ABL, alongside Austin Park of the Matsu Miners with 12 each.
And he got a great jump on that ball. There wasn't really a chance, even with Cortinas delivering a great throw. Dara just too much speed in there easily, safely. And Forbes, who, despite hitting that home run on the 4th of July, it didn't count. He's batting just 111 through 7 games with a couple RBIs. Has a chance to improve both of those stats with this at-bat here.
So looking very similar to the first inning. A check swing from Forbes. They'll say he went for strike one, as the leadoff batter got a single into left field, then stole second. And if things hold up, Miles Keogh was stranded at third to end the first inning. Hopefully, the Bucs will be able to bring Dara around and score. Up high, gets away from Cortinas, and Dara will head over to third on a wild pitch.
It's another free 90 feet, and now, just like in the first inning, it'll take a fly ball hit well enough into the outfield to score Dara. That's a big ask.
A 1-2 count to Joe Forbes. Up high. Count even at 2. Holding up on the inside pitch. Count runs full.
It's a great job by Forbes after back-to-back strikes to start the at-bat. He's taken 3 balls. None of them have really been close to the zone. He hasn't really had a reason to think about taking the bat off his shoulders, and he's forcing Jones to attack him in the strike zone.
Gets Forbes looking. It was a late call, and Joe Forbes thought that that was ball 4. But a strikeout looking for the 4th strikeout for Jack Jones on the mound.
And for someone who's only had 10 strikeouts this season, he's already gotten 4. 2 looking, 2 swinging. Bucs just have been conservative at the wrong times.
Camden Lanphier was able to drive in a run in the first game. Has a chance to do again here in game number 2. He swings at the first pitch. It got away from Cortinas, but not far enough for Dara to reach home, and Ryan Dara very frustrated about that. Right down the middle for strike 2 to Lanphier. The 0-2 just a little bit outside. Didn't miss by much.
That had some crazy movement on it. It just cut back diagonally at the very last second. Tried to sweep across the plate, but Jones just barely missing on that one.
Lanphier fouls one back right over our heads. I think I might have been able to read the print on that ball.
Yeah, that is basically as close as you can get without hitting the press box. Lanphier just barely able to stay alive. Leads the team in strikeouts. Trying to avoid being the 3rd batter and 5th overall to go down.
But he does so as he swings and misses. The Pilots are cooking through 2 innings. Your score, Pilots 4, Bucs 0. as we go to the top of the third. Stratton back on the mound for his third inning. He'll face Nick Cortinas, who struck out his last time up, and on the first pitch takes strike one.
Stratton made a little bit of progress, only giving up 1 run in the last inning. It was unearned, as wouldn't have happened if Lanfear didn't commit his second error of the game, but nonetheless still trying to keep his ball club in this and give his offense a chance to wake up. Be big if he would be able to deliver a scoreless frame.
He delivers a second strike to Nick Cortinas. Looking for the first out of the third. Check swing, the appeal down did not go. Another pitch outside, count goes full. And that one looked like it was going to come in and maybe even get a piece of the body of Cortinas, but he swung and chopped it foul down the third base line.
Yeah, he started his swing the moment the ball broke, just couldn't hold up in time. It would have at the very least been ball four. Like you said, it might have hit him too. Stratton getting another chance.
Down in the turf on the payoff pitch to send Cortinas to first base. Which brings up Jake Haruki, who had an RBI single for the third run scored in the first inning. The Glacier Pilots currently with 5 hits compared to 2 for the Bucs. They'll throw over twice in a row.
Stratton trying to catch Cortinas off guard just as he was about to start his leadoff. Didn't work, but I actually don't hate it because most base runners are probably just thinking about getting their steps right and not really looking at the pitcher in that moment.
The 1-0 in the turf makes it a 2-0 count. We are now in the 10th inning of play here today. After the Bucs won the first game 4-1, Miller goes and gets a grab, looking to make a double play, and they will.
Wow, what a play by Miller. I thought that was going to go into left field for a single, but he flashes the leather and still somehow able to flip the double play too. Can't ask for a better play from your defense if you're Stratton.
That is the play they've been looking for in this ball game. As now Zach Hefner comes up and takes strike one. That one finds the leg of Hefner. He will take a free base. I guess it's not necessarily free. It comes at the cost of taking a 80-something mile per hour ball at the leg.
This is very true. It definitely comes at somewhat of a cost, but I think the sting will wear off, and Hefner will be glad that he's aboard safely and not having to grab his glove for defense.
First pitch ball to Ryan Dodson. Led off the second inning with a single up the middle. As the stadium lights come on here at Mulcahy Stadium. Another one put up the middle. Lanfear tosses over to Finn Leach at second base for out number 3. The first inning where the Bucs have not given up a run, as the score remains 4-0 here on the Anchorage Bucs YouTube channel. Hayden Miller, who showed off his defense in the top of the inning, now comes up to the plate for the first time today. He swings and misses at strike one.
He and Forbes are the two lineup switches. Forbes went down looking for a strikeout, and Miller trying to avoid the same fate.
He swings and misses again. Down in the count, 0-2. Makes contact that time, but sends it foul. He's swung at all 3 pitches that Jones has delivered.
And he's an aggressive batter. It's a big reason why he's second on the team in strikeouts, but it's also resulted in him hitting a home run, though it came on the very first game of the season. Hasn't seen a whole lot of success since then, but you can always count on him to be sure to protect the plate.
He takes the next pitch, 1-2 now. Outside, 2-2. "39 pitches on the day for Jack Jones, who has kept the Bucs scoreless thus far. Miller lifts one into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. There were several guys heading that way. Logan Strong, the first baseman, Zach Hefner, the second baseman, and Cooper Kunis, the right fielder, were all trying to get to it. None of them able to.
It's probably the only place in right field where no one was going to be able to get to it. That was hit perfectly.
So the Bucs have had a leadoff single in all 3 innings thus far, but have not been able to send anyone around as Miles Keogh, one of those men, comes up to the plate. He takes strike 1.
Miller's another guy that can also steal second. He hasn't been called upon too often to do it for the Bucs just yet, but he led the Missouri Valley Conference over at Bradley University, during college this season, so he's certainly capable. Bucs have had no problem getting runners in scoring position. It's just been advancing them to home plate, which they haven't been able to do yet.
That ball gets away from Cortinas. Miller will easily take second. The second wild pitch of the day puts another runner in scoring position.
And he was about to take third, but it bounced into the dugout and out of play. And you could see Miller frustrated that he wasn't able to take another free 90 feet. It would have put the Bucs in a perfect situation to finally get their first run, but they'll just have to settle for the free 90 feet to advance another runner into scoring position.
Runner at second, nobody out. Keogh takes a pitch up high.
I feel like on all these pitches, with how delayed the calls have been from the umpire, everyone kind of holds their breath for half a second to see if he motions for a strikeout call. We've already seen Joe Forbes get fooled on one of those.
The 2-2 up high, count running full for Miles Keogh.
Keogh staying very patient at the plate after going down 0-2. He's now faced 3 balls. Trying to reach base for the second time today.
Keogh puts one into left field through the middle. Miller will hold up at third base. But the second hit of the day, Keogh heads to second and is safe. They threw to home to keep Miller from taking and getting a run for the Bucs, but Keogh took advantage and made it a double.
Wow, what a heads-up play there from Keogh. Kept his head on a swivel. As soon as he saw the throw go home, he realized that he had plenty of time to take second. Keogh about as aggressive of a base runner that I've seen since we've been here. It feels like him and Ryan Dara, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And now the Bucs in a great position to just try to chip away at this deficit.
They have stranded a runner at third in both of the previous innings. That will get a mound visit between the Pilots infield.
I think the Pilots are sensing that the Bucs are starting to finally break through. Trying to keep Jack Jones to be calm and just try to get through this inning. We saw Cody White deliver a great performance. He almost went the entire game, but was just taken out in the last half inning.
Both teams only used 2 pitchers in game 1. As the pitch gets behind Cortinas, Miller is going to easily take home and score the Bucs' first run, as Keogh also takes third.
And that's, you just take what you can get. Miller advances second on a wild pitch, and then he scores on another one. And Jones seeming to feel the pressure of the moment, gives up the first run of the game, and now Leach has a chance to cut that deficit in half.
Swing and miss from Leach. Gets the first strike to him.
Grounded out to second base his first time up. That honestly might be all it takes for Keogh to score from third.
Another swing and miss from Leach, down in the count 1-2. Outside count running even at 2 apiece.
Jones is certainly putting some zip on these pitches. Trying to blow one past Leach, but just not able to find the zone on that one.
Gets away from Cortinas once again on the dropped third strike. They'll throw over to first to get the first out of the bottom of the third. Which brings up Hank Smith, who struck out his first time up. A nasty slider finds its way in for strike one.
Yeah, Jones has located a lot of his pitches very well. It's honestly a shock that he's walked so many batters this season. He's been in full control so far.
Up high 1-1. Another slow-moving pitch finds its way to the strike zone. Hank Smith down to his final strike. Puts one over to the second baseman, Zach Hefner. The run will score, and they will get the second out. But the Bucs have now cut the lead in half here in the bottom of the third inning.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard hit grounder, but Zach Hefner didn't want to risk an errant throw to home, just was okay with giving up the run, and now the Bucs starting to claw their way back into this game. That's all you can really ask for. You don't necessarily have to all get it back at once. Obviously, you have 2 less innings to play with here with only 7, but to get 2 back in the third is a big step in the right direction.
Ty Denton steps up with 2 outs, nobody on. First 2 pitches outside the zone for a 2-0 count. Down the middle. Denton yet to swing this at bat. Up in the count 2-1.
Jones has had great location on his breaking ball so far. There's a big reason why he's thrown it so much. His fastball has been a little more all over the place. That's where a lot of the wild pitches have come from.
Denton lifts one. First baseman Logan Strong walks over, but it will be out of reach for the second strike to Ty Denton. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Jones delivers. Swung on and missed to end the third inning. The Bucs able to get back with 2 runs of their own. We head to the top of the fourth. Evan Stratton back on the mound here on the Bucs YouTube channel. Back to the top of the lineup for the Pilots for the third time this game will be Henry Verhamy, who has reached on 2 errors. As he puts one over to Finn Leach, who will make a nice throw over to first and will not get an error this time.
Yeah, hit to the other middle infielder. Leach hasn't committed an error yet today. Makes a solid play there. And it seems like it's the routine plays that can easily creep up on you if you overthink them. Leach just going through his motions there and making the easy out.
Cooper Kunis has a walk and reached on a fielder's choice. He takes ball 1 from Stratton. Stratton's given up 4 runs, only 2 of them have been earned. As another pitch inside on Kunis. Another pitch inside, 3-0. As it looks like Luke Ivanov is warming up in the Bucs bullpen. Finally finding the zone for strike 1. Swung on and missed. Count goes full after Stratton was down 3-0.
Yeah, back-to-back great pitches. The first one was just perfectly located on the outer part of the plate. Kunis, obviously up in the count 3-0, didn't want to swing. Thought he had to protect the plate there. Stratton just one pitch away from a great at-bat.
Sends one foul to stay alive in the at-bat. The payoff pitch sent to Leach at second. Once again, makes a throw for out number 2.
It's a great way to battle back into the at-bat by Stratton and gets an easy ground out. Would be big for his confidence if he's able to send the Pilots down in order, but it'll be a very tough task, especially with this guy, Antonio Gianni, up to the plate.
Gianni, who has a double and a single, both for RBIs, takes strike 1. Nobody on base now for him to drive home, unless he, God forbid, drives himself home.
No need to put that in the air.
The 0-1 is chopped over. Miller rushing to get it, makes a throw and gets the out. The Bucs defense steps up in the top of the 4th inning. We are now halfway through game 2. Your score, Glacier Pilots 4, Bucs 2. Ryan Dara leads off the inning for the second time this game. He had a leadoff single, then a stolen base, and reached third on a wild pitch as he swings and misses at strike one.
Dara's been big for them right in the middle of the lineup, having one of the highest averages in the whole league. Batting fifth for you is always a good luxury to have.
He misses on strike two. Jack Jones out for his fourth inning of work. He gets Dara swinging on 3 pitches for out number 1.
Dara just chasing up and out of the zone. Jones getting him to swing on all of those pitches, just in full control of that at-bat.
The first pitch to Luke McLeod finds its way in for strike one. Another take from McLeod that ended up in the zone for strike two.
Yeah, that was just a really good slider from Jones. McLeod just didn't have enough time to pull the trigger on that one.
That one outside for a 1-2 count. McLeod puts one, gets down for a base hit right in front of Verhamy, who tries to make the throw, won't be able to in time. McLeod gets his first hit of the game.
Yeah, that was going to be a hard one for Verhamy to be able to handle. It bounced right in front of him on a line. Tried to glove it, just couldn't. It wasn't a bad throw, but McLeod was basically at first base by the time he started to wind up.
Runner on first for Joe Forbes, who struck out looking his first time up. Take strike one. Turned on that one, but sent it foul. Had some good distance, but is now down 0-2.
Was just half a second too early on that one. It would have had a chance to go if he timed it up right. But now he knows that he's able to take Jones that far. He's able to slow down his bat speed just a tad. Another fastball in the zone could be dangerous to him.
Throw over to keep McLeod by first. Looking to strike out Forbes for the second time. Jones delivers. That pitch up high. 1-2. Check swing there. Tried to hold back, but they'll say he went around. And that will be the second strikeout of the day for Joe Forbes.
Yeah, I think even if he held up in time, it was going to land in the zone. That was just a tough pitch right in on him. Thought it was going to break more towards him, and it just didn't.
Camden Lanfear also struck out his first time up. Steps back up with McLeod at first base, and 2 outs. Pitch outside. Right down the middle for strike one to Lanphier.
And it seems like for these batters, it's either a hit or a strikeout. We've only seen 2 balls put in play that have resulted in an out, and it's grounders over to second. Every other out has been a strikeout. If the Bucs are able to actually swing at some of these pitches and make some contact, it seems like the numbers favor them heavily to reach base safely.
9 strikeouts so far for Jack Jones through 3 2/3 innings. As he delivers another fastball down the middle that Lanphier can't get a piece of for the second strike. Lanphier also had 2 strikeouts in game 1 earlier today, but had an RBI single and eventually came around to score in the 7th inning. Now a 1-2 count. Make that 10 strikeouts for Jack Jones, who has kept the Glacier Pilots in this game as they hold on to the lead 4-2 heading into the top of the 5th on the Bucs YouTube channel. Evan Stratton on the mound for inning number 5. He will face Logan Strong. Strong reached on a fielder's choice and then struck out in his first 2 appearances, and he takes strike 1. Went around that time, tried to hold back, but just a little too far. And down in the count 0-2.
That was a great pitch by Stratton that completely had Strong fooled.
Puts this one into play. Miller making the throw across the infield, scooped up by Hank Smith for out number 1.
Miller's having himself a game. He had that great double play, back-to-back grounders to him, and ever since Stratton has been able to depend on his defense these last couple of innings, he's really been able to shut down the Glacier Pilots offense. It's really come down to those 2 errors made by Lanphier that has cost the Bucs the lead at this moment.
Braden Horn, the designated hitter, steps up. He was the catcher in game 1. He has now switched with Cortinas as Stratton delivers strike 1. Back over to Hayden Miller, makes another long throw, but gets out number 2 in the top of the 5th inning.
Might need to ice his arm between innings at this point. He's had his work cut out for him, but he has not faltered yet. So what happens when you have a veteran third baseman who's been doing this for years on your team?
That's 3 straight ground balls to Hayden Miller as Gianni ended the 4th inning with a ground out. Before that, it was 2 ground outs to Finn Leach. That one lifted into the outfield. Ryan Dara underneath it to get the third out of the inning. So the Bucs have settled in now to this game after giving up 4 runs in the first 2 innings. It's been 3 scoreless innings for the Glacier Pilots. They will head back to offense. Hayden Miller leading things off when we come back. Hayden Miller leads things off against Jack Jones. Jones, with 10 strikeouts on the day, was able to get 3 in the last inning, but gave up a single to McLeod as well. Miller lifts one, going back and foul for strike 1.
And the Bucs have a hit in every single inning. It's just been tough to advance them. They've been able to benefit from a couple of wild pitches from Jones, but other than that, they've really struggled with now 10 strikeouts through just 4 innings.
I guess you could call it a victory that they haven't flown out to any position, including the outfield. Miller swings at the 1-1 pitch for strike 2.
At this point, I think I would prefer that because they're at least putting the ball in play and forcing the Glacier Pilots to make an out, but with all these strikeouts, they're just letting Jones pick them apart.
That pitch inside on Miller. Count going even at 2. Right back to us. Did that nearly take out our camera? Was it close? It looked close to me. Maybe I...
It was close. It still hit the netting beneath us.
I was looking down at my book and then kind of saw it. So
I would say we probably had a good 5 feet or so.
Okay, that's good. That makes me feel a lot better. Puts that one deep left center field. Hayden Miller's second home run of the season. No doubt about that one.
And he sent a little salute over towards the Pilots dugout. Wonder if he heard something before. It is the Mayor's Cup after all, but what a swing from Miller. That's what we've been waiting for ever since the first game. He finally is able to barrel one up, and like you said, no doubt about that one. Not even giving anybody a chance to strain him on the base pass, just taking it into his own hands.
Hayden Miller's second hit of the game is a home run that cuts the lead to just one. Brings up Miles Keogh, who has 2 hits as well. That pitch able to find the bottom part of the zone. Keogh down 0-2.
And you wonder if seeing Jones twice now for all these batters, they're able to finally fight off some of these pitches that they might have swung and missed on beforehand.
Able to take the next 2 for balls. Just the 1, excuse me. So 1-2 count with nobody gone in the bottom of the 5th inning. Fastball there down low, 2-2.
We saw it in the 7th of the last game that the Bucs were finally able to wear down Cody White. Jones now reaching the 80 pitch mark after his at-bat with Hayden Miller. Wonder if he's starting to find that same kind of mark.
Able to tip that one foul, and the catcher Cortinas not able to hold on, so Miles Keogh staying alive. Outside count going full.
What a way for Keogh to battle in this at-bat. Went down 0-2, a couple of foul balls and pitches taken out of the zone, and he's worked this count full. Jones certainly having to work to get this out.
Check swing. They'll appeal down. And they'll say he went for the strikeout to Miles Keogh.
Thought he held up in time, but that was about as close as you can get. Keogh was so close to finding his way to a walk with nobody out, but still a great at-bat from him.
Finn Leach yet to reach base safely in this game. Puts one into left field. He has tied this game up with probably the longest home run we have seen this season.
Wow, if you thought it was a no doubt about it from Horn the last time up, this one is even more of a CU baseball. Finn Leach wastes no time. Was 0 for 2 on the day, saw all he needed to see, and just completely dismantled that ball.
The Bucs dugout going absolutely crazy as the Bucs have hit 2 home runs in this inning alone. The game is now tied at 4 apiece. Hank Smith steps up with only 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Big swing and miss from Smith.
And Jones is now up to 92 pitches. That might be a season high of what we've seen from a pitcher. A lot of these guys have been put on limits by their college coaches, but Jones is giving everything he can out there, and I guess the Glacier Pilots may be at that point with how many arms they've lost of players just leaving. It was a lot easier for Cody White, who was around 85 pitches and went almost 7 innings, but we're still in the 5th inning, and Jones doesn't seem like he's coming out anytime soon.
Up high, count even at 2. That pitch in the turf. Running full. Swing and miss gets the strikeout to Hank Smith, his second of the day for out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And both of the strikeouts of this inning have just been really good at-bats that the Bucs weren't able to finish off. Keogh had a full count strikeout as well as Smith. Now it's up to Denton to try to keep this inning alive.
This inning has been home run, strikeout, so Denton lifts that one, but it's going to fall foul for strike 1.
I like the way that pattern is going, especially with Denton up to the plate. He's already hit a homer this season. He's been one of the best bats in the ABL. Has a plethora of extra base hits with plenty of power to go along with that.
Down the middle, Bucs down to the final strike here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Gets away from Cortinas for ball 1.
Lucky that there wasn't anybody on base there. Cortinas tried to dive at it from his knees. He wasn't able to, but probably did that because there was nobody on base, so he didn't really have to worry about keeping it in front of him.
Inside, an even count to Ty Denton. Down low, count running full.
And with that, Jones has officially eclipsed the triple-digit mark on pitches, now up to 101.
Wow.
You have to think this is his last inning out there.
You got to figure that.
I hope so. For his sake, I hope so.
Denton puts one into play. A reaching grab for Ryan Dodson, who throws over to first to end the bottom of the 5th inning. The Bucs able to put 2 over the wall to tie the game up at 4. 2 more innings to go here in Game 1 of the Mayor's Cup as Luke Ivanov heads to the mound. We'll have more on him when we return. Evan Stratton exits the game with 5 innings pitched, gave up 4 runs, only 2 of them earned. Gave up 4 hits, 2 walks, and had 2 strikeouts. And that brings us to Luke Ivanoff, the Anchorage native, here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, he has an even 9 ERA. He's given up 6 runs in 6 innings, but in his last 2 outings, he hasn't given up a single run.
The first batter he faces, Jake Haruki, who grounded into a double play his last time up. That double play was kind of the spark that got the Bucs going a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah, it seems like after that they didn't give up a run, and they scored 4 of their own. So that's really been ever since that 3rd inning that the Bucs have worked their way back into this game, and now it's up to Ivanoff to try to produce at least one scoreless frame. You've seen him do it in back-to-back outings against the Chinooks 3 days ago on the 15th, and then the Oilers on July 1st. With 28 innings of baseball in 2 days, you want to try to stretch out your guys as much as you can, and both ball clubs have really done that. It seemed like Stratton was in for a pretty short outing after he gave up 4 runs in the first 2 innings, but then put up 3 scoreless frames and worked out quite a nice start from him. Hopefully Ivanoff able to continue that trend.
A 2-2 count to Haruki, who swings and misses at strike number 3 for the first out in the top of the 6th.
It's the first strikeout since the 2nd inning. That's what happens when Stratton attacks batters for the entire at-bat. He forces a lot of outs that are in play, more specifically to Hayden Miller and Finn Leach.
Zach Hefner, the second baseman, was hit by a pitch his last time up. Takes ball 1.
Hefner went 0 for 3 in the first game. He's only reached base off of that hit by pitch today.
Delivers strike 2, or strike 1 to Hefner.
I've noticed in Ivanoff's last couple of outings is he hasn't lost his hat in quite some time. That was almost in every other pitch instance in his first couple of outings.
Hefner puts it into right field. Dara drifts back and makes the catch for out number 2.
It's a well-struck ball, but lucky for Ivanoff, it was right over to Dara. It's probably the hardest hit out we've had all day.
So the Glacier Pilots are last in the ABL in average and on-base percentage and slugging. They're the only team below a .300 slugging percentage. So they have had troubles at the plate, and now they are losing pitchers as well, as we mentioned in Game 1. That's why Cody White likely went for as long as he did.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Horn's home run was their first of the season.
Put into play from Ryan Dodson, gets behind McLeod. Dodson will head to second base.
It's just a tough thing to happen for McLeod. That grass is still a little slick from all the rain that it's gotten in the last couple of days, as well as rain that we got earlier today. It's the first time we've really seen weather from before really affect anybody in this game.
We go back to the top of the lineup with Henry Verhamy. Verhamy does not have a hit in today's game. Has reached on 2 errors and grounded out to second base. Fouled directly back for strike 1.
And although it doesn't show up on the stadium scoreboard. That last play was definitely a single, and then McLeod slipping allowed the runner to advance to second. So another mishap that could potentially cost the Bucs a run unless Ivanov's able to get an out here to strand the runner.
He's currently down in the count 2-1, but looked good against the first two batters he faced. Forbes heads out there to talk to Ivanov.
Yeah, I think he's recognizing that Ivanov is starting to feel the pressure a little bit, just giving him some time to collect himself and deliver pitches where he needs them to be to get this last out.
Caleb Okada warming up currently in the Bucs bullpen. It's possible that we'll see him in the 7th inning, which will be the final inning of the game, as long as this game is not tied after 7. Puts one into center. Miles Keogh comes in, can't get it. A run scores. The Glacier Pilots take the lead once again, 5-4 in the top of the 6th.
And I was shocked to see that Keogh was just kind of trotting in. It seemed like it was very catchable, and he misplayed it, tried to make the diving catch, and it just bounced right under his glove.
An unfortunate sequence of events there from the outfielders of the Bucs. Cooper Kunis steps up. One 0 to Kunis. Outside. Lifts that one into left field. McLeod back and under it for out number 3. The Pilots retake the lead on an RBI single from Henry Verhamy. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Your score 5-4. So Jack Jones exits the game, 5 innings pitched, gave up 4 earned runs, 7 hits, and then the remarkable part is 12 strikeouts and no walks given up. As now stepping up is Gunnar Mountcastle here in the 6th inning.
Making his 9th appearance, has a 6.75 ERA this season. He's thrown against the Bucs before where he gave up 1 run off of an inning and a third of work. He earned the win in the game. Now he faces the 5, 6, and 7 hitters.
Ryan Darr leading off an inning for the 3rd time in this game. The 2nd, the 4th, and the 6th innings. He has come up first in each of those.
He's let off more than the leadoff man, Miles Keogh.
So 1 ball, 1 strike. The Bucs were able to send 2 balls yard for 2 solo home runs and to tie this game up.
That power came at a time where the Bucs really needed it. They were struggling to send runners across the plate despite having 5 hits heading into the inning, and then they just take matters into their own hands with 2 solo shots to make sure that runs do cross over, and that they did.
A swing and miss from Ryan Darr. Count even at 2. Mountcastle's pitch in the turf. Darr puts it into play. Dodson makes the grab and the throw over to first to get the speedy Darr out for out number 1.
These third basemen have been busy over there on both sides. A great defensive play by Dodson. Darr thought he had a single into left field, and Dodson just snatched it out of midair.
The 5th inning ended with a ground out to Dodson as well. Brings up Luke McLeod. Chopped foul down the third base line for strike 1.
McLeod had a double and a triple in the first game, and now a single in this second game. Although it's 2 separate games, he could technically hit for the cycle in a single day with a homer.
Up high 1-1. Only take 14 innings to do it, but it is possible. Swing and miss for strike 2. This is the most that the Bucs have now played in one day, as they were set to play 2 7-inning games against the Pilots on the 4th of July, but the second game was cut short so that they could get fireworks in before midnight. It was cut short in the 5th inning, so now here in the 6th, we are in uncharted territory this summer. Another pitch up high, count even at 2. And we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Exactly, that's the best part.
Just a little bit above the zone. Full count for Luke McLeod.
It's now back-to-back full counts to start off his outing. McLeod trying to be the first one to poke a base hit through.
The payoff pitch. Just high. McLeod takes first base. which brings up Joe Forbes with 2 strikeouts, and there will be a pinch runner at first for Luke McLeod. A.J. Garcia coming into the game.
Garcia has a ton of speed. He can also play any position in the outfield, and with McLeod in left field, seems like the right play to make. Allow yourself to get probably your speediest pinch runner available on the base pass, and with 1 out and someone as dangerous as Forbes up to the plate, want to give yourself a fighting chance. You don't know if you're going to have a guaranteed base runner the next inning, so you want to take advantage of as many opportunities as you can in just a 1-run game.
A mound visit for the Pilots, especially in Game 1 of the Mayor's Cup.
Yeah, you set the tone.
These teams are playing for a trophy here. The Bucs were able to win it last year, looking to defend this year once again. So your score, Pilots 5, Bucs 4, with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th and 1 runner on. Joe Forbes steps up. He had 2 strikeouts in his previous 2 appearances. Swings at the first pitch and misses for strike 1.
Forbes has gone down looking both times, too. Just hasn't laid off of the right pitches, needs to stay aggressive in the box.
Fouled back for strike 2 to Forbes.
With 2 strikes to Forbes, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe try to pull off a hit and runner, something that gives A.J. Garcia a head start on this next pitch.
Forbes lifts one into foul ground in right field. No one able to make a grab on it. 2 players go tumbling. That was first baseman Logan Strong and second baseman Zach Hefner. Neither one able to make the grab. Both end up on the ground.
They're both okay, which is the important part. It wasn't a collision, much more of just Hefner tripping over Strong who tried to make the sliding grab. You saw a collision like that happen against the Miners where their center fielder Matt Lyon was taken out and could potentially be done for the summer. Guess we'll find out the next time we play them.
The throw over to first nearly gets away from Strong. Able to scoop it up off the ground. The 1-2 to Forbes. Held off. Thought about going. Did not. Made the right decision.
That was a really close pitch. You could see him kind of buckle his knees a little bit, hoping that it wasn't strike 3.
That pitch in the turf as the count goes full for Forbes. Only 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Garcia over at first. Runner goes, but ends up high. So we'll be runners at first and second after a walk to Joe Forbes.
It's back-to-back walks on full counts. Just great patience by the Bucs batters. to stand in there and force Mountcastle to find the zone, which he hasn't been able to as much as Jones was. And the Pilots don't have anybody up and throwing just yet in their bullpen. They already had a mound visit. Guess there's some sort of meeting, some clarification that the Pilots coaching staff want.
Don't quite know what there is to talk about.
The only thing I could think of is that I wasn't sure if there were 2 or 3 balls on that last pitch. On my thing, I had a 1-2 count when ball 3 was called. I thought I might have just missed one, and maybe the Pilots might have miscounted as well.
You know, now that you mention it, I also had to add one that I didn't realize. Just looking up at the scoreboard, it said 1-2. Well, they're going to go with it.
I'm sure I think at least one umpire is always keeping count, not just in their head, but I'm pretty sure it's the home plate umpire that has the physical device to count balls and strikes for each count to make sure a situation like that doesn't happen. So I'm assuming that they had the physical evidence to prove that it was 4 balls. But either way, they're going to go with it.
Camden Lanfear also struck out twice today. He steps up with runners at first and second. Check swing. Appeal down did not go. 1-1 count.
We talked about the potential for a double steal in the last game. I don't know if the Bucs would risk that here, but Garcia is one of the faster guys on this roster, so it wouldn't come as a total surprise if they try to pull something like that off.
Another strike delivered to Lanfear. One, two to Camden Lanfear. Puts it into play over to Hefner at second. Looking to turn the double play. Won't be in time. They'll get the out at second base, but there are runners at the corners with 2 outs.
Lanfear is quite the speedy guy, so it would have been very hard to get him out on the double play. Great job for him to leg it out and keep the inning going.
Hayden Miller got the 5th inning going with a solo home run. Takes another big swing, lifts that one foul for strike 1.
And he's already having what was probably his best game of the year so far. Has a chance to add on to it. All he has to do is send a ball into the outfield grass to tie this game up. An extra base hit could potentially bring Lanfear home from first, depending on how far it gets.
They'll check over, keep Lanfear at first. Big swing once again, fouled straight back. Bucs down to their final strike in the 6th inning. And Lanfear
Okay.
just skipped on over to second base.
I think what he was trying to do is force Mountcastle to put him in a pickle, and that would mean if Garcia was able to steal home before Lanfear was tagged out, the run would count. Actually, a pretty smart play from Lanfear. just not in the way that we're used to seeing it. We're used to seeing it on an actual pitch instead of just between pitches.
Well, it was one of the stranger stolen bases you'll ever see. Miller chops that one back to the Bucs dugout. One-hand grab by Hank Smith.
I think the craziest part about that is that Mountcastle is a left-handed pitcher, so he had to have had a Lanfear in his peripheral vision at all times and seen him starting to trot over, but didn't really acknowledge him for a couple of seconds.
Now another mound visit. This will be just between Cortinas and Mountcastle. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. The Bucs strand 2 runners. We head to the final inning. Your score, Pilots 5, Bucs 4 on the Anchorage Bucs YouTube channel. Ivanov exits the game. 1 inning pitched. Gave up a run, but it was unearned. 2 hits, 1 strikeout, no walks, and that brings up Caleb Okada, the lefty from the University of Hawaii. First pitch delivered to Antonio Gianni, back and out of play over the wall for a solo home run to extend the lead 6-4.
And after going the entire season without a home run, the Glacier Pilots have now hit 2 in as many games.
That is the 3rd home run of the ball game. The other 2 coming from Bucs players. Also saw a home run earlier today, like Jake mentioned. That was back in game 1. Logan Strong comes up. Takes strike 1 from Okada. Lifted just foul and out of play for strike 2 to Logan Strong.
Strong still looking for his first hit. He reached safely on a fielder's choice back in the first inning.
Sends that one foul over towards the Bucs dugout. Way inside for a 2-2 count. That one off the leg of Strong. Here in the 14th inning of the day. I know we are both a little tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day of baseball, but we're in for some more tomorrow. Starts even earlier for me personally with the World Cup final at 11 a.m. our time. I will be up to watch that. So a full day of sports for me.
Who are you for?
It's honestly tough. I think I'm going to have to go Spain. I was very happy to see Messi get his World Cup in the last one in 2022, but it seems like they've turned into FIFA's darlings in terms of certain calls. I won't say much more than that, but I'm honestly
You don't want FIFA to get on your.
I'm just hoping for
on
a
your
good
tail.
game. I'll do the classic politician answer. I'm just hoping for both teams to put on a show.
Well, a payoff pitch walk to Logan Strong. Okada still looking for the first out in the top of the 7th. Strike 1 delivered to Braden Horn, the DH. Horn with 2 flyouts and a groundout. Swing and miss. Okada just a strike away from getting the first out.
Could be a huge first out for him to just finally settle in after his first pitch was taken over the fence in right field. It's hard to bounce back immediately from that, especially with how little happens in this league.
Bouncing in the turf, they'll throw over to second, but an easy steal for Logan Strong. And the Glacier Pilots have another runner in scoring position.
It was a great job from Forbes to even have a fighting chance to get that over, but it just bounced too far in front of him to be able to control where it went. Glacier Pilots threatening to add on to their lead.
A 1-2 count. Chopped up the middle. Lanphier throws over to first to get out number 1. The runner advances to third base.
Just shows how costly wild pitches can be. If that doesn't happen, it's likely an easy double play for Lanphier. And the bases are empty with nobody out, but instead a runner on third with 1 out and a fly ball that is deep enough into the outfield can score another run.
It'll be Nick Cortinas. Since first pitch foul, Cortinas has a strikeout, a walk, and a fly out to right field. Puts another one foul, 0-2.
And Okada just tying him up with these pitches inside. He's just barely able to foul these off. Great job by Okada to attack the same spot twice and get the same result.
The infield is playing very far in. That ball in the turf just a few feet away from Forbes, so not enough for the runner Logan Strong to head home.
Yeah, it'll have to take a lot for a wild pitch or pass ball to score the runner. It would likely have to get completely behind Forbes.
That ball put into play over the head of Lanphier. He was playing so far in, he might have been able to get that one if he was a few feet back. But it scores another run as the Glacier Pilots take a 7-4 lead.
Yeah, at normal depth, he probably makes that catch, but in that scenario, they're playing for a ground ball to keep the runner at third, so it's hard to play both of those scenarios evenly. The Bucs just get hit with an unlucky play on that one.
Hit over to Miller, looking to turn two, and they will to end the 7th inning. A 5-4-3 double play brings us to the bottom of the 7th, and the final frame for the Bucs to either tie this game up or win it. We will have that for you after the 7th inning stretch. A very light drizzle coming down here in the bottom of the 7th, as it will be the 1, 2, and 3 batters for the Bucs to try to stay alive in Game 1 of the Mayor's Cup. Keogh will lead off. He takes ball 1 from Gunnar Mountcastle in for his 2nd inning.
And this is the part of the order that if the Bucs need a rally, that they're most likely to get it from. Keogh 2 for 3. Leach also has that homer. And even though Ty Denton and Hank Smith are a combined 0 for 6 on the day, all it takes is one swing for their bats to get going.
They will need 3 runs to tie it, 4 to win it. Another ball, and it's 3-0 to Keogh. That pitch right down the middle, Keogh takes, and a 3-1 count. Just finds the outside part of the plate. And the count going full.
Keogh thought that might have been ball 4, but Mountcastle works his way back into the count with back-to-back strikes.
Just inside. Some eruptions from the crowd. Not sure if they were positive or negative. But Keogh heads to first base on a leadoff walk.
It's not a bad way to start off the inning. Don't force anything. Let Mountcastle make the mistakes with his pitches. Now it gives Finn Leach a chance to add on to his already great day.
We are now at over 5 hours since the first pitch in game 1. Up high, ball 1 to Finn Leach.
Now the Glacier Pilots not wasting any time with another mound visit. After 2 balls to Leach and walking Miles Keogh to start things off, they want to make sure that this doesn't slip away from them.
So they head back out there. Leach up in the count 2-0.
We've already seen Keogh be pretty active on the base pass. If Mountcastle is able to deliver a strike, wouldn't be surprised if we see him take off.
He has a stolen base in each of the games today. Big swing and miss from Finn Leach. Count even at 2 with nobody gone. And a swinging strikeout from Finn Leach gets out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th.
Leach with a couple of home run swings. And he pays the price for it. Bucs just have to try to string together a couple of hits. Not try to be the hero, but be the one that extends the inning and continues to put pressure on Mountcastle until he breaks.
Down the middle to Hank Smith for strike 1. Another pitch down the middle, 0-2 to Hank Smith. Bucs are running out of wiggle room if they want a chance to tie this game up. Smith puts it up the middle. Will throw over to first and get the out as they turn a double play and take game 1 here in the Mayor's Cup.
And it really just came down to the early hole that they put themselves in. The errors that were committed early combined with an inability to shut down the offense down the stretch, and the Bucs drop game one of the Mayor's Cup.
So a very long day today, as we are just over 5 hours of gameplay. We'll have it again for you tomorrow here on the Anchorage Bucs YouTube channel. The Bucs able to win game 1, but lose game 2, which is game 1 of the Mayor's Cup. So all very confusing, but we'll have 2 and 3 tomorrow. And as always, go Bucs.